Dear Professor Domazet, dear Deans Professor Karovic and Professor Kotsev, distinguished keynote speakers, authors, esteemed professors and colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 15th Annual Conference on Business Information Security, or as we call it, BISEC. Today, as we celebrate our milestone anniversary, we stand at the confluence of innovation, collaboration, and a shared purpose in the ever-evolving field of information security. I will be your host today. My name is Nemanja Zdravkovic, and I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology and also the head of the Blockchain Technology Laboratory here at Belgrade Metropolitan University in the campus of Niš. BISEC, the conference, well, it's more than just a conference. We can say that it's a bridge. From one side, it's a bridge from Belgrade to Niš, as this is the second time that this conference is held here. But it's also a bridge that connects researchers and the ones who drive theoretical advancements, and on the other side, industry experts who bring those ideas to life in practical and impactful ways. Over the years, this conference has cemented its roles in fostering partnerships among academia, industry, and also the economic sector, ensuring that the latest advancements in information security does not only meet modern standards, but also anticipate the challenges of tomorrow. This year, our focus shifts to a critical frontier, security in predictive maintenance systems. Predictive maintenance systems represents on itself a paradigm shift, promising efficiency and foresight in a wide range of industries. But with this promise comes the undeniable challenge of securing these systems against ever-evolving and ever more sophisticated threats. It's a challenge that we must face together, armed with knowledge, innovation, and a steadfast commitment to safeguarding the future. So without further ado, I would like to invite the president of Belgrade Metropolitan University, Professor Dragan Domazet, to give a few words and to officially open the conference. Professor.
Good morning, everybody, especially to our foreign guests and keynote speakers and other presenters and our students. I hope that you will enjoy 2 days of this conference. It is located in Niš, and I hope it will stay in Niš because we want to develop further the research here and conferences and programs and so on. As you know, information security is very present in our curricula at bachelor level, but also at master level. We just recently got the accreditation for these programs, and we want to also recruit more researchers and professors in this area, and especially we are keen to work on different kind of research projects. For instance, I'm not expert in security, but for instance, I teach software engineering, but as far as I know, there are 7 layers of security in any professional software. So I'm not sure that in our everyday life, in business, in software engineering business, we always implement all these layers properly. So after talking to some experts from EU, they think that we are not enough implementing in the industry all these technologies, how to protect information. And it's very urgent to do that because, as we all see, there are a lot of bad people who are trying to steal information, data, and spoil everything what we have on the internet and so on. When I was working in a project in Singapore, I remember this company is a military company, produce special devices for airplanes. So my work was dedicated on software engineering part, how they develop projects, how they maintain that, how they do all these things. But I remember how they protected the information. They had an internal local area network that nobody can practically use. There are only 2 people who can do it. All others have there is no device that you can connect to their computers. It's very secret. And probably it's the best what I saw, because there is no internet connection. Everything is inside. And, but the problem is that, as far as I know, there are many cases where people internally in company are making problems. And that's the problem as well. So there are a lot of topics in information security, and I hope that you will discuss all these issues and also this preventive and maintenance viewpoint of these. And we are very interested also for international collaboration for research in this area. So I wish you a fruitful and very useful conference, that you meet each other, that you discuss with the problems of that. And I hope that this conference will develop further in the next few years and will be here. Thank you very much. I forgot to tell officially that the conference is open, sorry.
Thank you, Professor, for those kind words. And as you said, we hope this conference will grow and it will be a staple here in Niš to be recognizable as one of the main conferences on cybersecurity and information security. So we can officially start with the conference, and we have 3 keynotes in this morning session. So I would like to give a brief introduction to each of our keynotes, one by one. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Georgios Netanis. He's coming from the Hellenic Institute of Transport, from the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, or CERT. And his title of the keynote speech is Critical Infrastructure Security, an Extreme Events Risk Assessment Approach for Onshore Wind Farms. Our keynote speaker, Georgios, was born in Thessaloniki in 1979 and is currently working as a research associate in EU and national projects run by the Hellenic Institute of Transport, or HIT, at the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, or CERT. He is an electrical and electronic engineer, graduated from Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh, specialized in telecommunications, signal and image processing, and computer systems. He holds a master's degree in mobile and distributed computer networks, awarded from Leeds Metropolitan University in 2004. His work experience has been accumulated from various sectors in industry, especially covering technical and some consulting roles that involve solution design and implementation. During this time, he has organized and ran a number of technical seminars, trainings, and workshops, introducing professional engineers to new technologies, while also keeping up to date by attending short courses and achieving further certifications. So, Mr. Netanis, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Nemanja, for that lovely introduction. I was about to say a few things about myself, but here I was. So Before I begin, I'd like to express my gratitude and my thanks to the wonderful faculty of Metropolitan University, who honored me by inviting me to this very, very interesting conference in the beautiful city of Niš. So thank you. Thank you for having me. And the subject I'll be talking to you about is the risk assessment focused on onshore wind farms, protecting against extreme events. It's actually a variant to the security issues that are probably going to be discussed today. But I'll try to give you a different perspective, a different dimension here. So the contents of the presentation will be a short introduction of the organization that I work for. And I'll soon delve into critical infrastructures, what they are, how wind farms are fitting into them, and then I will cover a few aspects of extreme natural event identification, which natural events affect our infrastructures, proceed with some risk assessment principles and techniques, offer some mitigation measures, and sum everything up in the conclusion section in the end. I'll offer an acknowledgement about the project that I'm working for and provide some more information right at the end. So CERT, or the Center for Research and Technology Hellas in Greece, was founded in March 2000. It's a legal entity governed by private law with non-profit status, supervised by the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation of the Greek Ministry of Development. It's one of the most important research centers in Greece, with its main mission to promote and innovative research for the benefit of society. It's an umbrella organization for 5 institutes. The first one is called Chemical Process and Energy Resources Institute. It's the Information Technologies Institute, the Hellenic Institute of Transport, the Institute of Applied Biosciences, and the Bioeconomy and Agrotechnology Institute. The 5 institutes bring together more than 1,600 employees, most of them being researchers and scientists and engineers, and it spans across 7 regions and 9 cities of Greece. The Hellenic Institute of Transport is where I work. It is the main transport research organization of Greece, and it's been recognized as a center of excellence in many areas of transport. Its primary objectives is to promote and conduct research in everything regarding transportation, to support the decision-making processes at a governmental level in the sector, to perform impact assessments of land, maritime, air, and multimodal transport services, and of course to disseminate all the results and support innovation in any means. The headquarters for HIT is in Thessaloniki. It's located within the campus of CERT, and in addition, there's 6 other regions of Greece that host HIT installations, and 2 more are under development at the moment. So, what are critical infrastructures? There's a broad term defining them. It's systems or parts essential for maintaining vital societal functions, public health, safety, economic stability, and social well-being. And the reason that this is a very vague definition is that it tries to encompass many areas in one definition. Yeah, it's not an easy task. They are likened to vital organs of the human body, working together and giving life to an organism. And like every organism and its valuable organs, they need constant protection as they directly affect populations' way of life, really, and health. The definitions are varying in each country. Each country has their own, but they're very, very similar. The European definition, there's one for infrastructures, is that they're defined as critical infrastructures located within European territory whose disruption or destruction would have a significant impact on the country as well as on one or more member states. So we can see here that if there's a a destruction or disruption of one critical infrastructure somewhere, it might affect another country's infrastructures as well. So they are linked like a network. In the image provided, there's a few sample ones, most important ones. So to use an example, it's the public and healthcare system, it's the energy sector, it's the governmental facilities, communications, information technology, everything that binds up our society. And at the root of this digital tree, I suppose, it's society itself. But come to think of it, it might be actually reverse. The roots might be all these critical infrastructures supporting society. Anyway, so how wind farms, why wind farms and what are they? They are a part of the energy sector of these critical infrastructures, and they consist of a fundamental part of the modern energy system. The late years, we've seen a huge advancement in wind energy, and that has brought the attention to the development of more wind farms everywhere, all around the globe. They're considered essential for economic development and environmental sustainability, addressing a key pending issue, which is the reduction of greenhouse gases emission. So we have vast areas where the sites of wind farms lie. These sites are perfectly and carefully selected to exploit the wind intensity for energy generation, but given to their open space, are vulnerable to devastating natural effects. So this natural phenomena could very well disrupt all operations, affect the integrity of the systems, compromise safety, of course, and definitely incur some significant economic costs. We have grouped my team and myself, the most important natural hazards to be high winds and hurricanes and typhoons and cyclones and everything wind related. Lightning strikes, the ice accretion, earthquakes and floods. We'll be delving into each one just to show you the extent of how they affect critical infrastructure, and focused, of course, on the wind farm installations. Turbines are designed to harness wind power, but that very design might withstand so much. So a very high intensity wind might cause the overloading of blades, the buckling of towers, or the misalignment of the nacelle. The nacelle is a small room. It's actually the size of a room behind the blades of a wind turbine, which is housing very important elements like the gearbox, for example, and other electrical and mechanical equipment. All of the above may result in mechanical failures and have safety hazards. So since the sites are set up to receive wind, and when they receive, it's a very frequent phenomenon that it has high intensity. And so innovation and mitigation measures are really necessary to safeguard against this threat. The second natural event is lightning, of course. Like wind, high intensity winds is a very frequent occurrence. So if you consider the wind turbines, they are very large towers, they are metallic, they have a conductive medium and huge blade spans. They are extremely susceptible to lightning, and according to some research, it's believed that they might, in some certain circumstances, cause lightning onto themselves because of the rotation of the blades and some ionic environment that I don't really know. So, so depending on the intensity of the strike, the consequences might be just a damage on the blade surface, which is more frequent, or their internal structure. We might have some damage on the components, despite the grounding systems that protect them. We might have a disruption or failures of the electrical system altogether. And of course, there might be some catastrophic fires caused on the turbine itself or the surrounding environment. All of the above might be the cause of prolonged downtime and, of course, costly repairs again. Another event is the formation of ice in specific regions of the world where the climate is very cold or high altitude or both. we might have the formation of ice on the blades or within the equipment and sensors. So the ice is a product of freezing rain. It might be wet snow, supercooled water droplets, or even frost right after high humidity. And the accumulation of ice may affect the measurements of scientific instruments, the sensor readings that we may use for predictive maintenance or any type of maintenance. It might alter the aerodynamic shape of blades, increasing the load, which in turn might cause mechanical wearing down and failure of certain components, which in turn will definitely cause reduced power generation. Another aspect of ice formation is the safety issue due to the ice shedding from the blade's rotation. So if you imagine enormous chunks of ice detaching themselves from the blades of a wind turbine and falling on the ground, it might be a hazard issue for personnel, for buildings, for equipment, for everything in the vicinity. So just because ice could be constant in some locations, some northern locations of the northern hemisphere, it's definitely requiring prevention measures and mitigation strategies. Another event is earthquakes. So it's a region-dependent event, like the accretion of ice. And normally earthquakes were not really associated with wind farms, just because the major installations so far were in Northern Europe, which has very minimal seismic activity. But now that we've seen that wind farms are developed all around the globe with various geological conditions, a revisited approach might be necessary to address the issue. Earthquakes might be of varying type, intensity and duration, and also repeatability. And they can be responsible for severe damage to the tower foundations. They might be responsible for tower deformations or even tower collapses, the wearing and stressing of components due to vibrations from the seismic waves, especially those components having moving parts. And of course, they might be responsible for disruption to power transmission in the whole site. So for these certain earthquake-prone areas, it's really wise to use retrofitting and certain mitigation plans. Last but not least is flooding. We know that mostly when we're thinking of wind farm sites, we're thinking of top of hills or somewhere high. But that's not the case. There are many locations that are in lowlands, that are sited on valleys, coastal or other riverine areas, we're facing the imminent risk of flooding. That can be caused from heavy and continuous rainfall, especially in certain climates, the rising levels of sea or rivers, and other certain geological phenomena that might cause water to rise. The repercussions of floods can cause severe damage to the foundations of the wind towers, and of course affecting every other land level system and equipment. And if the water is left unchecked for too long, it might even cause corrosion. Another important danger from floods is the blockage of access to specific key locations within the site, like the maintenance or the control room or anything like that, compromising the safety of the whole infrastructure. So that's what nature can do. What can we do to withstand? We can use certain tools. One of them is risk assessment, used in every project for every infrastructure, critical or not. It's a vital tool to ensure the safety, efficiency, and the sustainability of onshore wind farms. All risk assessments are continuous throughout the project's life cycle, and I'll be discussing briefly about a few fundamental factors of risk assessment, which is likelihood and severity. Likelihood is the calculation of probability of a specific risk when it's occurring within a specific time frame and a geographical area. It's expressed on a qualitative or quantitative scale from very low probability to extremely high, and is determined by the analysis of historical data like SCADA data, site-specific environmental conditions, and other regional meteorological or geological patterns. Patterns we like. They help us understand what's happening in a site. And we've seen that in the recent years, there's an increased utilization of AI and machine learning protocols for the calculations of risk of likelihood. The second foundational aspect is the severity or the impact. This measures the potential impact of a risk on the wind farm's infrastructure, its performance, and safety. And it's evaluated based on the hazard's intensity, the vulnerability of the components, and the consequences in the event of failure. So like the likelihood, the severity levels are scaled from negligible to severe. Of course, to achieve overall risk assessment, we might integrate the likelihood and severity levels in what we call a risk matrix or a heat map shown in the figure. If you can see, there might be a very likely event with negligible importance. So for this, we might actually perform some cautionary measures, but that's it. That's not much else we need to do. But for a very unlikely event, on the other hand, with very severe repercussions, we need to plan ahead. We need careful planning. For example, consider an earthquake. So this sort of fundamental tool is allowing us to prioritize risks and allocate our resources effectively. Of course, this is just a general term of risk assessment. There are specific techniques to use. I'll go through them very briefly, just a few details, which are assessing and help us measure specific aspects of risks and specific risks as well. First one is the Qualitative Hazard Identification Workshop. It's a workshop with stakeholders being specialists from manufacturers to operators, very many technical expertise brought together to brainstorm on potential hazards and come up with mitigation measures. It's used very early in the project life cycle when all the terms are broadly defined and categorized, and has one weakness. Just because it has a qualitative nature, it might result in the subjective prioritization of risks. Second one is the Failure Mode and Effects Analysis, or FMEA, which is systematically examining every component failure mode and evaluates their effects towards the overall system performance. This works by assigning an RPN, or a risk priority number, to each failure mode based on the severity, likelihood, and detectability to the failure, allowing us to prioritize, again, which is to deal with first. It's valuable during the operational phase and also has a weakness. It may overlook interactions between systems since it's dealing with each component specifically and not a combination of those. Third technique is the simulation-based risk assessment. I don't know if you're familiar with the Monte Carlo simulations. It's quantifying risk in schedules, costs, and resource allocation. It's very useful in the construction phase to assess timelines, and it offers probabilistic insights into potential delays, enabling for our better contingency planning. Its weakness, because every technique has one, is that it requires extensive input and, of course, high technical expertise. Another technique is the fuzzy-based risk assessment, which employs fuzzy logic in order to evaluate risks that have a very vague character, for example, like the regulatory shifts of an area. And it's applicable in construction and operational phase as well, and provides us with flexibility and adaptability. Of course, its weakness is that we need an expert in fuzzy logic, and how effective it is depends on how well we define our input parameters. And the final two techniques is the GIS-based analysis, which, as you can see, is very useful for any installation out in the wilds. It integrates spatial data with exclusion criteria and evaluation metrics to assess the best choice of land. It's mapping topography, it's taking into account ecological constraints, and helps us with decision making. Of course, as you can see, it's invaluable during the planning phase for the optimal location selection, and its weakness is that it requires access to very high quality and extensive spatial data and, of course, expertise in the GIS tools. Finally, it's the multi-criteria decision analysis, or MCDA, which evaluates diverse factors to rank potential sites or scenarios, risk scenarios. It's useful for strategic planning, and it integrates very well with other techniques. Its weakness, though, it relies on subjective weighting of criteria. That's what it is, although it's being very transparent and useful. So we have a lot of techniques that have weaknesses, but many strengths. The way to get over that is to combine them in certain ways to help us with each occasion. So in this case, we might eliminate their weaknesses, but keep their strengths as well. So that's another consideration to have. So we have our predictive strategies, we're prepared, and nature comes at us with a vengeance. Then what we do? We try to mitigate the damage. As an extra measure, mitigation strategies are essential for the onshore wind farms in order to address the vulnerabilities of natural extreme events. In the case of high winds or hurricanes, we need to reinforce structurally, produce aerodynamic blade designs and have dynamic braking systems capable for emergency shutdowns and limitations to the blade rotation instead of going wild. The second one is in the lightning case, we need to have advanced grounding systems coupled with real-time monitoring. These are vital to minimize the structural and electrical damage that may have been caused despite our systems and ensure as much as we can longevity and safety. For the accretion of ice, we can apply anti-icing and de-icing technologies like the installation of heating elements and also use specialized blade coatings, the hydrophobic ones, to prevent the accretion of ice. And they are applied to prevent the disruptions in operation. For earthquakes, we can support tower foundations with seismic resistant materials and other damping systems in order to absorb shocks and also have some soil reinforcement techniques. And for flooding, may use elevated platforms and optimize drainage systems in order to get rid of the water as fast as possible to protect the electrical and mechanical systems that are land-based. And in addition to the specific measures for each natural event, we can apply advanced sensing technology for predictive maintenance. We can have backup options and use innovative designs with compliance to official regulation and guidelines in order to enhance resilience and increase our component longevity. So summing up everything in the conclusions, we've seen that the protection of the critical infrastructures is very high priority and should be a very high priority in every country. The extreme natural events are seen more frequently now due to the climate change, which may have devastating effects, and the protective measures are really, really necessary. We've seen that the wind energy has been rapidly expanded around the globe, and that's a cause for careful planning and revisited approaches to safeguard against new or different extreme environmental hazards. The risk assessment as a tool is very crucial and is applied throughout all critical infrastructure's life cycle. And we can apply thorough and specialized techniques to promote wind farm security and also minimize costs. And finally, we've seen that the mitigation strategies help with resilience, sustainability, and ensuring uninterrupted production of clean energy. So as an acknowledgement, the project that this research was about has been funded by the European Union, and as you know, with every acknowledgement, the opinions are the authors only and does not reflect those of the European Union at all, or may not be. So this is the project that's spawned this research. It's called To Invest. It's the creation of a digital twin for forecasting of power production and to wind energy demand. So effectively, we are creating a digital twin of an onshore wind farm to map its readings, to be able to control it from afar, and to ensure that it has uninterrupted energy production. So this is a very new project, so it's only a few months it's been started. So the website is under construction currently, but if you'd like more information, you can visit the LinkedIn page in the link provided. And you can come see me after the presentation. I can give you more details if you'd like. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for having me. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer if I can.
I'll take the other.
Presentation. As far as we know, we don't have a lot of, well, in Serbia at least, we're still thinking about wind farms and everything, so this gives us a really good insight about critical infrastructure regarding this industry. Also, we have a lot to think about, as Professor Domazin said, we have 7 layers of security. One of those is the physical layer, and which is here is, I think, very good represented. So I would like to open the floor to the audience if there are any questions regarding this keynote speech.
Thank you very much. Quite interesting presentation and very green. I mean, in the good sense, because the climate change is on the way, so we cannot do too much on this. Try to handle this. So in this context, I have a question both on the modeling and on the real implementation. So normally these kind of systems, you need to handle 2 things in your maintenance. One is the resilience of the system in a way, I mean to continue to work, and the other one is related to things that are in a way making the system robust.
Yes.
Yeah, this is classical, but in a way quite important because both technology and the model should in a way be tailored in order to successfully keep the system working. So in this sense, could you share some of your thoughts and findings about this experimental stuff implementation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. You're very right. I don't know if it's open. Okay, it's open. No.
The levels are. Okay. Try now.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. Yes, you're absolutely right. We need robust systems and we need resilience. It's not really experimental. The only experimental thing is the implementation of the digital twin, which is kind of new, not really. But I'll have to disappoint you, I'm afraid, because the project is very, very early. It just started, so we don't have data at all right now. It's just a few months that it has started. So if you would like some specific information, I can share you my email, and you can ask your questions, and I will reply back to you. Thank you very much, though.
Yes. Professor. Here we go.
I don't need that. No problem. You mentioned fuzzy logic.
Yes.
And multi-decision criteria analysis. Can you tell us which methods have you used and which criteria? How did you rank them and why especially those methods?
Well, I will give the same reply to you. It's very, very early. We have not applied anything yet. This is just a framework. It's something we set up right now, and it's something we hope to achieve in the following years of the project. It's, I think it's the 4th or 6th month of the project right now, 6th month. So we don't really have applied any of those techniques. It's just the framework I'm presenting to you.
And which techniques do you want to apply?
For these specific ones, well, all of those. all of those presented. The simulation ones, the GIS, which fuzzy logic techniques you mean? I have no idea. It's not my area of expertise. But I will ask and reply to you.
Okay, we will stay in touch.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Much here, Professor Ross. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not expert in wind technology, but I suppose that it's using an information system that is controlling everything in a sense. As it's like that, is there any danger from external attack to blocking production and so on? So do we have such protection?
Yes. Thank you for your question. Yes, cybersecurity is a very big issue, but the way I did not choose to share it with us, it's because it's the subject of colleagues' research and not our own. But we are very interested in cybersecurity, and we're going to apply a lot of measures to it. Although it's not me and my colleagues' department. But yes, if you follow the project, you will definitely see what they are implementing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, perhaps? Well, then I think we can conclude the first keynote speech. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
And I think we can continue with our second keynote speech by Dr. Alexander Alexandrov from the Institute of Robotics from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. The title of the keynote speech is LSTM RNN Method for Anomaly-Based Intrusion Detection Systems. Just a brief bio for Dr. Alexandrov. Dr. Alexander Alexandrov is an IT engineer currently working as an associate professor at the Institute of Robotics, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. He obtained his master's degree in electrical engineering in 1986 from the Technical University of Varna, and another master's degree in economics and finance in 2006 from the University of National and World Economy in Sofia. He later earned a PhD in informatics and computer sciences from the Institute of Information and Communication Technologies at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Dr. Alexandrov has been certified lead auditor in information security. This is ISO 27001 since 2006. His professional experience has primarily been accumulated as a security consultant and project manager for leading European companies such as Accenture from Austria, Elsevier from UK, Bet 365 Group, and Raiffeisen Bank International, among others. Additionally, he has participated in the development of large EU security projects as an expert for EU LISA, including ATAS, the European Travel Information Authorization System, BMS, the Biometric Management System, and VIS, the Visa Information System. His main research topics are in the area of security telecommunication with wireless sensor networks and Internet of Things, AI, of course, and big data. So, Dr. Alexandrov, please, the floor is yours. And just use the mic as well for the...
Okay, good. So, my lecture and presentation will be a bit more technical oriented. It is in the area of intrusion detection systems. So, generally, there is a real problem in the intrusion detection and intrusion, especially intrusion detection systems, because the technology is going very, very fast ahead. And regular intrusion detection systems are not so effective. That's why there is a gap, a big gap in the security area for find vulnerabilities and to find some technical problems in the administration of the large information system, especially in the cloud-based systems. It's one of the areas of to prevent and to increase the level of the cybersecurity is to develop new technologies in the area of the intrusion detection systems. One of the key points in that area is to use artificial intelligent systems or as part of machine learning systems. So generally, for some general information, intrusion detection systems are special software and hardware, of course, who monitor networks for system activities, for some vulnerabilities, or for some problems in the first in the communication area. After finding some issues in the communication area, they report it to the system administrator or react by special decision making. The main goal of the intrusion detection system is to identify vulnerabilities in general and to prevent the system who they defend from malicious software. There is, in general, two types of the intrusion detection systems. One of them, it's a standard, is a signature-based detection. And the second one, which is new and more perspective, is an anomaly-based detection. The typical signature-based detection method is to find some known models of the piece of software or some reactions, to compare this piece of codes or piece of reactions to the already known database, and to react basing to this finding vulnerability or not. There is a lot of patterns in the communication area, which is regularly updated. There is a lot of companies who main business is to prepare to find vulnerabilities, to prepare some anti-malware or other issues to prevent them, or just to register them, because not all of them can be reacted successfully. One of the problems of the signature-based detection is in the intrusion detection system is that they react only on known vulnerabilities. They cannot react to the vulnerabilities which are not known. It's a typical zero-day attacks. That's why they are effective for known worms, for known attacks, but they are totally ineffective for the new, totally new vulnerabilities or something else. Anomaly-based intrusion detection systems react by different way. They just need to analyze some kind of piece of software, or in our case, in the communication system, to analyze the sources, for example, IP address, ports, and so on and so on, and based on the deviations from the known communications, to react or to mark them as anomaly. It's one of the ways just to alarm the system administrator that something is going not very well. Another way is if they are well trained, they to react immediately. One of the ways to increase the performance of the intrusion detection system is to train them. Practically, how is doing this is by standard technologies in machine learning. It's a typical, and there is in the world there developed a lot of special trained data sets who are a combination of the regular traffic communication and some vulnerabilities inside this traffic. Based of this, there is in the world there's more than 20 data sets which are used for training. These data sets are updated regularly, and they're a foundation for the training of the intrusion detection systems. Something about the recurrent neural networks. It's a type of machine learning system. It's an analog of the brain. Practically, recurrent neural networks consist of the outputs, hidden output layer, input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. It's a typical, it's something like elementary analogy of the synapses in the brain, and they react on different input data, and in the hidden layer they analyze this data and practically send to the output layer the result of this reaction. Typical for recurrent neural networks, it's based on their name, is that they work in loops. Practically, they start with the initial data, analyze this data in the hidden layer. After that, the output is connected to the input to the next layer, and so on, until they find the right solution for this level. Typical for them is that they have a memory. That means that they can learn by themselves by iteration by iteration, which means that at the first level, if there is some anomaly in the communication part, they analyze it and send this anomaly to the next layer, who analyze it again, and so on and so on. The problem for them is that there is a lot of time consuming about this in this hidden layer, and the next one is that they have a memory, only one-way memory. Practically, the one layer use the information from the previous layer, practically. The loop use information from the previous loop only. It's it is not possible in recurrent neural networks to to analyze the history, to analyze the history of this data from the loops which, for example, 4 or 5 levels behind. The problem is solved by a version of the recurrent neural networks, which is named long short-term memory, which differ by recurrent neural networks by specific memory who can memorize a lot of information who is happening in the loops many levels behind. It's a elementary diagram how it's look. You can see the typical classic RNN. It's of course it's elementary. It's elementary part. the difference between recurrent neural networks and LSTM is that you have a two-way memory channels. Of course, in LSTM there is additional outputs. But I didn't show them because they are very specific from technical point of view. But in general, the big difference between classic RNS and LSTM is that we have a two-way memory, and the system can memorize and to use the information based on the many loops before the current loop. So network traffic. Network traffic, all of them, I hope, knows that there is a lot of components. That means typical components like protocols, IP addresses, type of the IP addresses, ports, and so on and so on. In the current system which we propose here is to use network traffic as a sequential data and put it in the LSTM. We train this LSTM and try to find some anomalies which are not standard in the network traffic. It's a typical way of the proposed methodology in our system is to follow some elementary steps. First one is the preprocessing of network traffic, which means preprocessing means that we analyze all the elements of the traffic and to group them and to find some features which are important for the analysis. Like here, like IP addresses, protocol, ports, or some other data. Next one is the normalization. It means that these features we extracted from the network traffic, we normalize them, which means the format and everything is one and the same. It's to increase the performance of the analysis. And labeling. The labeling means that we divide the network traffic of regular traffic and non-regular traffic. That's all. It's at this step, this is more than enough. In the model training, we use a special data set, which is very important to find some features of the traffic, to analyze them, and to find anomalies which are well known as a type, but are not well known as content. In our experiments, we use a special data set, which is this data set is developed by University of in Australia, New South Wales University, which they prepared more than 2.5 million records, which are a mix of the regular traffic and irregular traffic, and they already labeled this traffic in with typical vulnerabilities. How is training method going? There is nothing new here. We put a data set with a mix of regular data, and after that we point which data is regular, which data is not regular, and classify this data manually during the data set. And after that we put again the system in the new loop and hope that this system recognize regular and non-regular data, and if they start to classify the attack, it's good. And we continue with the loops until we find more than 95% in the training data that everything is successful with the classification. So I already thought this data set is very interesting because it's relatively new and is updated regularly, which is a very critical for our targets. Which kind of the vulnerabilities included this data set? It's fusers, analysis, backdoors, denial of service attacks, exploits, reconnaissance, shellcode, and worms. In our experiments, because it's a very, very large information, which is very hard to classify it for in our lab for our experiments, we use only 4 of these vulnerabilities, which mean denial of service, backdoors, worms, and fusers, which how to say, it's very easy to classify. How the system work? It's you can see here. It's in the input layer of LSTM we put the data. In the hidden layers we start a cycle, loops by loops, to analyze data. And after that, at the end, we have, with some level of the perfection, a type of the vulnerability. Denial of service attack, backdoors, worms, and fusers. This is the general idea how to implement relatively well ideas with relatively good performance, because one of the key problems in the intrusion detection system that they have to work in the real time. We can build a large intrusion detection system who can analyze everything, who can classify everything, but it's not possible at the current level of technologies, this system to work in real time. We will need a supercomputer to do it, which is not very good idea from the cost point of view. So it's practically a patent pending method for the combination of our algorithm and hardware system who analyzes and compares the communication traffic. In our test, we built a lab, and we use some not very new hardware, but it's relatively good for our purposes. It's a data server, so with installed data set, traffic generator, router, and computer with installed Wireshark tool, who visualize the traffic from one side and can visualize the result of the analysis. And of course, the data system, the IDS, the software IDS with implemented LSTM on it. This is how look our lab. It's you can see it. It's not something very, very high new, but it's a typical network switch, router, data server, and below is the software and hardware of the IDS. That's all. Thank you for attention. You can see here how look the results. It's a sample results of after the analysis. You can see here the result of the features which are normalized here, divided, and the results of the IDS. So, thank you. Questions?
It was a very interesting presentation, especially when we see that we use neural networks, but not regular neural networks, but enhanced, modified to solve some problems that are really, really, really relevant. So I would like to open the floor for any questions from the audience first. Okay, we have have, okay, let's do it. We'll start with Professor. Yeah, thank you. Then we'll
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I'm wondering, you said this data set was very huge. So about the neural network architecture, I suppose you had to have enough layers and hidden nodes, hidden layers and nodes in your network. So I was curious about network architecture, about the time that you have to train the network. I suppose that was time consuming. And finally, my question is about the real-time results. Were they good enough, and about accuracy and classification results? Were you satisfied at the end?
Okay.
When you put that in the real-time environment, how was finally your
So what we did, there is a data set with 2.5 million records, which are mixed with regular traffic and non-regular traffic. For the training, we use only 500,000 records. Practically, we train with this one. And after that, we run in our lab the rest of the data set. Practically, the traffic is pseudo-real. It's not 100% real traffic. We just use part of this data set for training and another data set for experiments.
and the results were good?
Just a second. This is the result.
Okay.
It's a 98% effectiveness, which is very good. Of course, we in our last week we tried to put real traffic, and the results is not exceeded 85%, unfortunately. No, it's a good because when the system is trained well, the patterns are typical. If the system is trained well, the form patterns. Practically, the system start to work as a signature-based IDS after the training, and just compare the traffic with the patterns and react. This was the idea, because the signature-based IDSs are more faster, bit more faster than anomaly-based, because the analysis is very short in the signature-based intrusion detection system. Just compare patterns. That's all.
These are great results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have some questions from our students. We'll start with Marco, then Luca.
I just wanted to ask because network traffic in general can be very volatile in the real world. So I'm guessing that this system can catch a lot of false positives. So what are the methods you use to reduce the numbers of false positive detections?
Training. That's all.
Yes, thank you.
There is no other ways to find the false positives.
Okay, so first of all, it's really interesting presentation from you, Mr. Alexander, and I really enjoy it. So basically my question is asking about hallucinations about this model of LSTM, but mainly you have already answered the question by training. But let's see, so if we train the algorithm with base data, how will algorithm avoid these hallucinations from it?
First, the first step, which is critical, it's very important, is the normalization step. It's you have a lot of traffic which is coming from different sources. It's quite important to do the normalization by right way. If you have data which are normalized data, it's very easy to analyze it. But really, the normalization process in our case is not 100% effective. We have a problem with the normalization, and more than 5% of the traffic is not possible to be normalized. And we put it directly to the irregular traffic without any other analysis.
Okay, and you maybe thought open sourcing and is it possible to open source like this type of algorithms and piece of software?
We test it because before to do the experiments, we use a simulation. It's prepared in the open source network simulation. It's NS2. It's an open source simulator. We try to do it. Fortunately, after a lot of work, the result from simulator was not so good. It's open source, fortunately. The open source products, how to say, is quite good for start, but for professional use, it's not work.
As mentioned, you have, I'm not sure why this is not working, but will.
Anyway, so you claim that you tried to prototype intrusion detection. So first question that is coming to is about redundancy. So in this sense, because you said about training, etc., the problem is like this, about unexpected, unknown threats that you cannot handle. So in this sense, what percentage of the training data do you use like false positive stuff in order to guarantee some kind of a redundancy? Because you can be accurate on things that you know, but things that you don't know, you usually use heuristics. And then it comes the redundancy tailoring. Thank you.
The false positives are present in the first level of the analysis. There is a lot of false positives. And redundancy the level is very, very low. After the training, I hope we can increase the level of the redundancy. But unfortunately, we decided to use only 500,000 records. Probably the next step will be to mix different data sets. We use only one data set. More or less, this is pattern type data sets. The idea is to start to use many data sets, to mix them, and to run the system again and again, and to start to train the system with the mix data sets from different sources. It's in the lab conditions. Honestly say, we are far away from real data, from real time on site system. It's because we just continue to prepare data sets, to analyze them, and to train the system. Of course, I expect no more than 80–85% in the real traffic. It's a reality. No.
Everything above 70 is nice, especially on new type of attack.
Yeah, this is one of the problems is that probably we will solve it. That we are divided. We prepare a frame only for 4 types of the vulnerabilities: denial of service, backdoors, worms, and fusers, because of the performance issues. We have you can see we have a relatively old hardware. It's a 32 processor server. There is memory is about 64 giga. It is not a big system, really say, because it is a lab. It's not a real system. I hope that in the future, when we develop just system with a good reliability, at least 80%, then we can start to think about the hardware and so on. Because now we have issues with the software. It's a normalization issues, analysis issues, training issues.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're working a little bit too much. I'll level the volume. Are there any questions? Because I have one. Okay, I'll just have one final question. I'm not an expert in neural networks, but I see this is a recurrent neural network. So for these types of systems, those are better than convolutional neural network, I suppose.
No, we don't use convolutional.
Okay.
Only RNN recurrent.
Okay, because of the time series dependency.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, excellent.
That's why, just to add, there is in the picture here, you can see a very elementary level LSTM here. Here you can find there is not in the real LSTM, there is not only input layer, hidden layers, and output layers. There is a special layer which is named forbidden layer. This forbidden layer is a part of the hidden layer and analyze that, that this anomaly is true or false, just to its work as additional filter. I didn't show forbidden layer here because his construction, his design is very complex. I don't like to bother you with how it's work and so on. But generally, he did analyze the traffic and to put value between 0 and 1. 0 means that it's a false positive. 0, 1, it is a true. That's all.
Thank you so much. And again, for this very insightful presentation. It's by our already every year by Dr. Zlatibor Minchev, who comes from the Institute of Information Communication Technologies, also from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. The title of the keynote speech is Future Media Security Transformation in the Digital Age. Just a brief bio about Dr. Minchev. Dr. Zlatibor Minchev is an associate professor on automation and control at the Institute of ICT at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. IT for Security Department head since 2018. He holds a PhD degree in cybernetics and robotics. He is the director of Joint Training Simulation and Analysis Center, which organizes and conducts research in the fields of cybersecurity, crisis and emergency management, emerging security challenges, and anti-terrorism handlings, defense planning and assessment. Special accent is also given to future threat analysis, modeling and forecasting, like human factor response, psychological monitoring and stimulation, distributed computer-assisted exercises in mixed cyber-physical realities, AI, and general applied solutions. He is the author and co-author of more than 100 scientific publications, which includes 23 books, several patents. He is a successful participant in a large number of scientific projects with national and international funding on expert and managing positions. He's a laureate of numerous prestigious national and international awards in the fields of security, computer science, and informatics. He is recognized as an opinion leader on security and cybersecurity problems in NATO. He's a visiting professor for cybersecurity for Plovdiv University, Geshlim University in Istanbul. Multi-aspect security problems include also in the University of National World Economy in Sofia, and also in the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. He is the founder and president of Securing Digital Future 21 Expert Forum. So, Dr. Minchev, the floor is yours.
Our participation this year is something that we find really interesting and think that we might cooperate in the topic, but this is the future media. So it's not about something that we still knew, because these models are quite interesting with the role of AI. And I go further, just with a short illustration that computers still can generate some stuff, but we the people were very much impressed with this summer. We organized a young researchers school, and you know, this is some of the findings that they marked. But you know what was really impressed for me? It's not this.
So it's not between human and machines and machine and humans phenomena cooperation, but what the generative artificial intelligence could produce with things that you get from live exercising with a brainstorming result, and it is really kind of quite fascinating stuff. But before we go to this, I would like to show that the topic of misinformation has even been handled by World Economic Forum, etc. But the problem is that the fakes are more interesting for the audience. So this means that you cannot trust too much to the information that you get nowadays about the media, neither on social nor on the mainstream, because you see this example. This is how our kids are learned that the pyramids are built nowadays, and it's in TikTok. It's purely artificially generated, but you imagine you're a 3 to 4 year old person. For you, this is reality. Also, this is about illustration. Here, dinosaurs. Yeah, but you know, young generation thinks that this is true. And the other one example is about that your frying machines are spying you. True or false? It gets on the media, so it's reality. And that we put this citation from Noah Yuval Harari that we don't understand why people are so smart and at the same time so stupid to allow technologies to govern them. A long story. But in the meantime, there are already software solutions that you can create a whole political campaign with a few clicks. And what we are doing, we try to survey the future. And it's all about new technologies. They are quite uncertain. So can we stop automatically? Sorry, but I want just to give some stress. So we started to model with a small group of experts, and then we extended it so on different drivers, on social dynamic, climate changes. These are things that you can find on World Economic Forum, but things related to challenges about the topic and uncertainties and gaps are in a way creating a scenario combination that you can easily handle in a system modeling environment, and you get very interesting things. The first problem is the media bubble. The second one is the media autonomization, which is ongoing. And the third one is the hybrid human-machine attacks that our colleague was speaking, but when you go to the media, it becomes quite fascinating. And it's a prognosis. So we have a supercomputer, so we put all these 1,000 scenarios on each of these, and we get some results. You can validate from numerical perspective, but what is important, that you can match the human and the machine predictions. And we go further, because new technologies are extending our reality, and in a way you can mix them and measure our biometric response. This means how, from cognitive perspective, you are able to understand and to judge in the right way, or the proper way, the false and the truth of this media. So, okay, but these are just some experiments from numerical perspective, so we move further and we organize a training exercise this year. And you know, we merge young people with technologies, and just to show you these two stuff, I think this one we don't, yes. This is the scenario, completely computerly generated with our text. This is already a reality, it's not a fiction.
Hybridville is a melting pot of survivors. Humans, robots, and a new threat, nano-zombies. They all coexist in an uneasy alliance. The air crackles with tension, a constant hum.
You know, what was the problem? Now the Society 6.0 is already a fact. The machine intelligence is taking our human intelligence scenario and it's already generating something that we have no imagination for, but already gives you an imagination idea. And because of this, I think we need, in a way, to handle the situation. That's why I request our partners here to organize kind of a training, because within the roundtable we will be able to discuss the problem. And I invited my friends from another media, High Life Media Group, in Bulgaria, and we established a platform for this. And you know, this is the platform, and we have this. You can even create an artificial dialogue like a radio play for about 30 minutes just from some food of thought that has been created by us, and it's absolutely artificially generated. The problem is like this, if I get back to the beginning. We, the people, are more inclined to trust the false information than the right one, because it's more fascinating. And this creates the real problem. Because whatever we do, political campaigns are on the way, and this could be quite fascinating topic for one reason. It creates an absolutely parallel environment where with your mobiles, you are able to enter more interesting data that is quite manipulative. And because of this, I think that this deserves a serious address, because we are quite familiar with different technologies, supercomputers, even quantum optimization techniques. But when it comes to the new society of the future, we should be quite careful not to learn the young generation that is coming on, that dinosaurs and people together build the pyramids, because this is fake for those who read books, but quite real for those that use the modern social network environment of TikTok, for example, and Instagram. So with this, you can imagine if we move to the political stage, what it can be produced with the new technologies of avataring and voice imitating with almost untouchable sense, that you can find interesting information again on the social networks. Thank you very much. And if you have any comments, we can continue now or within the roundtable times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Minchev. I think that, your presentations are very insightful and always gives us a reflection both on the positives and the negatives. So the utopia-dystopia part is really just a corner away.
Yeah.
So I would like to open the floor for any questions from the audience first. Yes, Professor Miloš.
Hello, thank you for the lecture. I wanted to ask, considering the importance of influence of the fake news you mentioned, and the idea that usually online content is rarely regulated in any way, is there a way to, let's say, reduce the impact of that malicious effect on the young people, considering your investigation you conducted real time with young people? And also, is there a way to do the opposite thing and use the AI to help us to neutralize that, at least to some degree? I know that you often deal with these kind of topics, so I would like to hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The short answer is yes, but there is always a but. We are running one of the biggest projects in Europe about misinformation and disinformation. But the problem is like this. We are developing even experimental applications that in a way advise you that the contents that you're watching is in a way kind of suspicious. However, we cannot tailor the interest of the people that easy. And in the moment we are finishing a lab that in a way psychophysiologically could on purpose affect your attention, but in a lab condition, because those people that are developing Facebook and Meta nowadays are doing this in real time. So the question is like this, however. We can in a way try to tailor, but the interest of the people is the one that should be used in this sense. Because when it comes to intelligence, you should take the interest of the wave of the people and not to stop them, because otherwise you lose the audience. And this is not just a science, but an art, how to use the attention of people and to sneak either right or wrong approaches, and it depends on the political level. That's what we are thinking now that we can, in a way, understand better. But, you know, I'm frightened from one thing. The new experimental stuff on generative artificial intelligence are, in a way, inclining us, and there is no clear explanation how they do this. And it's not about funding the process, but it's about understanding properly that there is someone behind that we are not able to see, but in a way we have to tailor it, because the future media, internet, this means private communications channels via satellites for entertainment mostly, are much more influential than the modern mainstream. And the reason is that you get a tiny private access. And this is what is quite important, because through this tiny private access, you are more getting reliable information according to your mentality. Whether it's true or not, it's different, but it's influencing. And if you find, for example, secret channel or group on whatever social network we discuss, you are ready to trust to this group because it's private, not because it's true or false. And even if a software application is advising you that this is fake or you should not trust it, the way of trust, of interest, is the one that is problematic. And this is quite problematic when it comes to 2 billion or 3 billion of users in a social network environment of modern media. That's why we are experimenting also another thing, to measure the interest of the bots that are indexing this, and to compare them with the interest of human, and to see if there is any balance or key moments related. But we are still, in a way, approaching this through taking huge data, information, and processing with supercomputer, but we don't know why this exists. And at the moment, the frank answer with this is that we, the humans, should give the response to all this phenomena that is happening. So, because young generation is already in the matrix, and this is because they have interest on the interactiveness of this matrix. I cannot go too further deeper, because even we that can know the trend cannot explain why this is the trend. And because if you understand the feedback, you'll be able to tailor it. But still, this is more than art, because any optimization or algorithm with a supercomputer could solve the task, but cannot give the explanation. Only the human intelligence still is the one that will give us the response. That's why we try to measure the cognitive response, but how successful we are, we still don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? Okay, let's go to our students again. This time it will be Luca first and then.
Okay, so first I really enjoyed for your presentation, and it's really informative. So I would like to ask you, so for the business side, so how businesses and media houses can help to their customers to differentiate between the real content and the AI generated or the deep fake content?
This is the question for the round table. That's why we requested our organizers on this, and I invited people from the real media business. But you know, the problem what I can share now at the moment is about one thing that we don't commend because we don't still have experience. Nowadays, most of the AI services are quite expensive to the quality you get, and it's a really very big money machine. But when it comes to the profit of this, you move to the political level because, you know, whatever you pay for a political campaign, you get the power of the country, or in the certain lie media environment, and then you are quite influential. I just remember a movie that was for a guy who was having like CNN company, and he understands that the most profitable business is to proclaim violence. So we should be really careful how to regulate this, not just ethically, but I mean peacefully.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask your opinion on, well, as we all know, generative AI is being rapidly developed. So I wanted to ask your opinions, let's say in 20, 30 years, will humans reach a plateau where we can't even distinguish cognitively, and that we can't even build software to detect what's fake and what's real? Since it's a discussed topic.
This question, you can find the answer in the Matrix episode with the blue and the red pill. But we organized this year a really interesting experiment with 3 young people to create a sentient artificial intelligence. In a way, they have assessment scale, but it's adapting. You know, the problem was like this. Because of the optimizational algorithm, it's quite greedy. It always gives, in a way, preference to the machine stuff. But within the future, it all depends on us, whether we will regulate or not the situation. Because this year I was in China, and believe me, they are monitoring all the population, but they are not interventing the way that they proclaim from our media. They just follow, except there is a violence stuff, etc. They always are obliged, but I mean, for the moment, they just experiment. As for the future, you know, the very right response is that you can catch the trend, but because of imperfections, you never know what will happen. And maybe this will, in a way, save this revolutionization, because in my next presentation, I'll give a little bit more details about this society 6.0. And, you know, the problem is that, in a way, the algorithms are tailoring our mentality, and we don't know exactly, is it good or not? But it's also a generational question, because if you take a 5-6-year-old guy, he will tell you completely different answer than our generation or the generations before us, because that people that were born on smartphones, for them this is just a device that they normally have in their everyday life. 20 years ago, this was kind of a sci-fi stuff. Quite challenging, let's say like this, but good news, still quantum machines are only for experimental stuff on cryptography, for the moment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? If not, I would like to ask some questions if there is still time. We're ahead of schedule. So first you said that at the time being, we don't have some kind of explanation of why are these trends happening and so forth. We have different tools, but still they don't give us some kind of explanation. Have you thought about the new trend is explainable AI, which should somehow explain what is behind the curtain. Have you maybe considered implementing, or how to start to implement some kind of those algorithms and so forth?
I thank you very much for your comment, because what we understand that the speed is so much increasing that the only way to handle the process is to use AI against AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we still don't develop this except for some specific purposes to handle, but they are not for that scale, because to develop this, we need also to have the media scale and to train it in a proper way, but maybe this is one of the solutions in a way to tailor these extended transhumanization capabilities by means of technology, adding our additional supervision powers. I don't know, maybe this is the right approach to follow, because technology is progressing in itself and it's self-optimizing, but we still have only a few solutions with real artificial intelligence. This means algorithms writing algorithms. We still live in a way in this hybrid area of machine intelligence that is tailored, or we believe is tailored by human intelligence.
Thank you. Just one question to put it back a little bit in the security topics. I don't know if you're aware, I think a few months ago there was a expo in China, I think, where robots told other robots to go and leave the conference. Mm-hmm. And it was concluded that beyond our own knowledge of what robots can do, they develop communication systems between themselves. So can you just give a comment on how likely are we to be, well, afraid of these types of well, security and cybersecurity risks when it comes to generated intelligence or generated content? Again, I know this is a question probably for the roundtable later on, but just a few insights.
Just a comment on this. So normally in a lab environment you can do it, but when it comes to real media environment of the new social networks stuff and hypermedia of this, let's say Ray-Ban is developing also together with Meta Solutions, it's still a dream. But in a lab condition, you can develop it for demo purposes also. But still you don't give permission for sensing this information and for alternatively processing. And now the world is separated in this content between two. First part is giving priority not to limit the AI algorithms, and the second one said, no, we should put ethical stuff. And if you dismiss ethics, it will become quite interesting. Maybe this is the question of future war between technologies.
Thank you. So the conclusion is, as you said, well, it's maybe best to fight AI with AI.
Yeah.
As you said. So thank you again, Professor Minchev. Very insightful presentation as always. And with this, we will conclude our keynote talks.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm officially opening roundtable discussion for today with the subject future media and security issues in the age of AI. Nowadays, we more than ever see how artificial intelligence is affecting on our lives. We have new opportunities, but also big challenges, especially when we talk about media and fake news and security risks, etc. So here today we brought experts in the field that will discuss about media in the light of AI and how we can impact on secure and how we can shape together our future that will eventually lead to the ethical use of AI and threats that we are facing now will become more and more in the future, and we must deal with that. So today, I will introduce our panelists. We have our first panelist, Emilija Radibratović from Serbian Ministry of Information and Telecommunication. We have Professor Zlatogor Minčev from Bulgarian Academy and Sciences. We have Plamen Kolev from High Life Media, Executive Director, and our Dean, Professor Nemanja Zdravković. He's Head of Blockchain Technology Laboratory from Belgrade Metropolitan University. So now I will start with the first question and ask our panelists to discuss, and after that I will invite all of you to ask your questions so we can have fruitful discussion and elaborate about this very important topic. So my first question for today, how we see today media in the light of AI, and what are some potential risks and the biggest challenges that we have today, and how you see these risks in the future. So whoever wants to speak first, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to just say that this is, I think, a really great conference. I enjoyed keynote speakers before, and this university and the faculty is a great example of how the multidisciplinary areas should, and it is very good to be connected in this way, and it will be this kind of symbiosis, I think, will be very useful, especially in this area of emerging artificial intelligence. AI in media, as you said, it has lots of benefits, but also disadvantages and risks. As a former journalist, as a former media creator, I will first emphasize the benefits, the good things about the implementation AI in media production. First, automation of content provides, I believe, the media professional to be more focused on some more complex subjects. It provides them to be more creative, and of course to be faster. So these are the benefits. But the risks of such an approach of use of AI in production is, first of all, for maybe just to take this social aspect of media labor market, because especially for older generation, there will be challenges to use these new technologies for older generation. And on the other hand, since the more and more synthetic texts will be, synthetic news will be used in media content, as media content, there will be not so much need for human workers. On the other hand, as we heard before, there is no AI without human oversight. So I think media professionals in the future, and even right now, should be more involved in improving their professional skills, especially in the technology in general, but especially in AI. The other thing, considering the audience, the personalization that AI provides, that we can get the content that we previously showed interest for, and that we showed preferences for. This is very good. Now the news and even advertisement and recommendations are there that we want to see, but the disadvantage is the creation of so-called information islands or social network bubbles, that we actually are limited for some content in these processes. And also for the audience and for the media creators, I think in prediction of great stories, the stories that will be developed, that media should pay attention to, both for creators, for professionals, and for audience, bring challenge in balancing, in losing the touch, losing the hunch. We are maybe all, both professionals in media and consumers of media, and we are all consumers media. Maybe this is the era, or the era is coming, of some kind of intellectual laziness. There is more, but I will now. Yes.
You can. Is anybody else from panelists who wants to answer now, or we'll wait for another question?
We can see if
there is more.
Yes.
You know, the problem is like this. From one thing, the perspective of progress, of technologies, of improving our reality, and from another, to keep, in a way, the thing that we call human self-existence, self-sustainability. So in between this balance, there is something that nowadays sounds quite strange and frightening, but it's also proclaimed by World Economic Forum, transhumanization. And with this, you get, some of you have smartwatches, other smart rings, at least smart devices, nowadays smart glasses. And this is the process of transhumanization, because the implants are still not that perfect. And when it comes to this assistance with technology, the technology is entering us in a way physically. But when it comes to cognition, the very process of the media, because media in fact means new environment, nothing more. So when you put machine intelligence in it, it creates a new competition for popularity between human and machines, because one of the things that we try to measure is how to make the news attractive for the bots that index the web pages, not for the people, because the bots will make you more popular in the network than the humans, from one perspective. The other problems, however, that we the humans are the one that still, in a way, are an objective, because whatever the future jobs are, we, the only consumers of the product, are still people. Maybe in 50 years, the robots will buy, but for the moment, the humans only. So the target group of all this are the economical benefits of this for the moment. Maybe in the not so far future, this kind of intelligent algorithms, you have an own rating and you can get profit of it, but I don't know. And in this sense, I mean, the machine-to-machine communication that was mentioned by my colleague Nemanja, in a way, is something that is creating a crossroad. Do we need at least at all humans in this new environment, or we need a just more perfect artificial intelligence? And because for the moment the media is something established and used by humans, but for the future, I don't know.
I think if you want to say something first, I'll say that last.
Okay. Hi.
You wrap up. Yes.
We make High Life Media Group in Bulgaria. We shooting maybe 1,000 events every year. But for me, the big problem is fake news. In media is very big problem. But now in Bulgaria, old media like TV, radio, and websites is in big concurrence, and every man in Bulgaria like now in influencer in the media.
Yeah, it's a distribution of influencers in the new social media environment.
Yes. Now in Bulgaria, in influencer like как е тежест или подобни по-популярни. Some popular in Bulgaria like TV is maybe 1,000 influencers, and these influencers make news. But this news maybe 65% is fake. This is big problem. Yes.
Just to add something from our side, I totally agree that the new generation of content, both from machines and the regeneration, as you said, from influencers, maybe from those content, which brings us fake news and fakely generated content, they also pose big risks because it's not, it's not audited. It's not going through some kind of process to see if this is okay, if this is if this is right or wrong, and also especially in machine-to-machine communication, perhaps we are not aware of all the things that are the data that is communicating with them, and perhaps it can pose risks. Like security risks and so forth in the future. Maybe we're still not aware of that, and we have to raise awareness because of that. So where are we currently? It's too early to tell, as you said, but I think that when consuming media, especially media nowadays generated by unreliable sources, we also have to have the grain of salt to see if maybe there's something underneath it which can pose some kind of information-wise security risks. Thank you.
May I have a comment?
Yeah. Sure, Professor Ramazet.
Thank you. Well, it's nothing new. Even without AI and machines, we have fake news, everything. What is the solution? Democracy, competition, free media, arguments. Let's compete with better ideas, with facts and so on. But precondition is to have a freedom to compete with the truth. So whether it's a product of AI or from myself, everybody should be able to attack me, to give me counter facts and so on. If you don't have free media or free society, there is no progress. So only competition and open debates should be. For instance, we now learn how to use AI in teaching. So my opinion is we don't want to compete. Our students can use ChatGPT, but we give them, for instance, a seminar or an essay to do it. But we also give an opponent to discuss and critique the students that got this to present. And we make debates. So we wanted that with discussion, we discover whether the student is really learned something, did really learn something, or he just used AI-generated seminar work or essay, so on. So we had some tries, and we very easily discovered that one student is lying. So for me, AI is just a tool like computer, like a calculator, like an Excel or something like that. Give them free to use it as much as possible. But don't forget that human should use something that machine currently cannot do it. If we talk about layers of knowledge, this is analysis. Analysis state or synthesis, 4 and 5 level of knowledge. So then we make a progress. So we now have, everything is fake. Look at TV now. The same event is reported totally different by different media. So nothing new. Whether they use AI or not, we have it. So only make a free competition and give arguments for those who wants to listen this. If you don't have information and if you are not educated enough to process the information that you get, then you can manipulate with media. So education and free society and free media are preconditions to resist fake news. Technology is there, but no problem. We are bad. Technology is not.
Thank you, Professor Domazet. Emilia will reply.
Thank you for this. I agree completely. And I was thinking when people start to, with the dystopian perspectives of AI in media and in general, I was thinking what would happen if people, if society, politicians, etc., decided, the industry decided that movie industry should not be developed after people when they first saw the train on the screen and trying to get away from the train, trying to escape the train. Or what would happen if the radio was prohibited or some kind with a negative attitude when Orson Welles broadcasted his radio show, The War of Worlds. We now have finished Beethoven 10th Symphony thanks to AI. It is not, you can hear now, when you listen it, you can hear it is not Beethoven, it is not human creation. In maybe 1 year or 5 or 15 years, maybe we cannot make that distinction. But I believe that in the meantime, the human influence in AI creation will be much stronger in that art area, that it will eventually be the human creation. Even artificial creations will be actually human creation. I think it is inevitable. In that sense, media now, even in the news sector, also before implementation of AI, has become more entertainment than informational sector. So this is also something that we could discuss about, but every media content is de facto artificial. So whether we use only camera, only video, traditional analog montage, for example, yes, or now new tool, it is, I believe, human creation. You don't.
Very short comment about this from cognitive perspective. The problem about the media nowadays came with the web revolution 5.0 far away, but 2.0 you become interactive, and this sticks your attention. But what Professor Domazet mentioned is about distributing, giving democracy, pluralism. And the problem about the origin of the contents in the media is in a way understandable, but if you remember, the popularity of the lie is much higher than the origin in a way is interested for the audience. Even it is human created, if it is popular, or whenever it is fake or true, it's on the stage, and this is the problem. Because, you know, nowadays most of the people use generative AI to create avatars, to create pictures, because this is fashionable. Whatever they create stupidity sometimes, especially in block diagrams. yeah. They are interesting. I get some experience on this, and I was shocked on the result. Produce me a network diagram on this topic, giving access to this, and you get a mistaken picture, but it's fashionable. So it's popular, you read it. So this is in a way one of the really serious threats about this future media assisted with machine-generated algorithms. Reliability of the information. So this is what our colleague said from the ministry. Sorry, but I didn't remember your name, but the origin of the information should be, in a way, stamped for the contents. And the problem, however, is that even if it is good, it becomes like an old textbook. Yeah, it is reliable, but not fashionable. And when it comes to young generation, they said, no, I want new Samsung, I want new iPhone. You know, the new Samsung has some functions that the old one doesn't have. Yeah, this is problematic.
Thank you. Now I would like to open discussion for people from audience. Are there any questions? Professor Dusan.
Good afternoon. What can you tell us about current cyber attacks or threats on AI-driven social media platforms, or just media platforms?
Thank you, Dusan. Who wants to reply? Professor?
Yeah. You know, nowadays, one of the biggest threats at the moment is that there are already computer scripts that perform like real people, and they start to chat with you. They are not real people, actually. They know many languages, but still, luckily, assisted with human to create the profile for the moment. I expect in several months you to have an ability to create an artificial profile or a copy of a real profile, and it starts communicate with you. You know, it's very boring. However, there's another problem. Those who want to be popular in the network, they have lots of friends, and some of them there's no problem that they are artificial. And for example, I am experimenting a lot with this to train my way to recognize real versus fake. But the problem is that also it becomes kind of a feeling. Okay, why don't we add these people just to improve our knowledge? And this can become very dangerous because through this communication, even if they could not sneak to your personal, let's say, credentials for payment, most interesting, they can sneak to some of your friends because they see that you add these people, so they are reliable. This is one of the problematic vectors. The other one is that with this stuff, you can create multiple malware that is moving slow. This means coating data. They can provide you images that once you download, you become compromised, and you believe that you make it for fun. So if they create more sophisticated attacks, like advanced persistent threats, you're lost. One of my PhD students is doing this just to demonstrate that through different communication media channels on the social networks, you can sneak whatever profile protection you use, just need to be patient enough. From here to take the password, from here to get the telephone number confirmation, you take some time. So whatever we discuss, the future, one of the future biggest threats will be artificial intelligence assisted social engineering. Okay, with this I think that I didn't exhaust the topic, but maybe Nemanja will add something really innovative.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to add, as Professor Minchev said, the idea that AI bots or AI personas are getting so popular in media. For instance, in Asia, in Korea, in Japan, there are pop stars and music groups which are all digitally generated, and they are very, very popular. I'm sure it will come soon enough to our part of the world as well. And the media that they create, as it was said, they can slowly attack you. I mean, you can consume their songs, their pictures, whatever, consume their digital media content. You're familiar with stenography and things like that. We have to be very patient and very, well, not so patient, but very careful of what we should consume, especially it's popular because it's popular because it's artificial, and that's the tricky part, to believe or not to believe it. Is that content safe or not? And we have to raise awareness that we are not fully still. We don't have the full awareness of that, and we don't fully understand of what type of content is served to us if it's digitally created, artificially created, even if it's so popular. This is true also with analog media as well, but this is especially the case when we're surrounded by technology which has every information for us, our bank accounts, our social security numbers, and so forth. So we have to be very, very careful when consuming those types of media. And if not educated enough, I'm afraid that we will just be like our grandparents and so forth that fall for phone scams and so forth. So we have to be very aware of that. Thank you. If someone wanted to add something, yes.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to comment now. We all talk about we have to be cautious and so on. Something is fake news and something is not. Is this a real bot or artificial bot? We have big issues in recognizing what is right and what is wrong. That was easy 100 years ago, but now it's very tricky, especially for maybe parents to teach the children and so on. So my question is now, we talked about that when Professor had his presentation. Can we somehow use AI to help us? For example, in the field of science and research, we have now GPT checker, who is checking did that paper wrote GPT or is it written by human? But question is that also reliable? So the thing you mentioned, that is what is now reliable. Can we conclude that? And can we use AI against AI? And are we now in some kind of infinite loop, right? As we... a long time ago, when first viruses came up, we now have antivirus software. And that is also some kind of infinity loop. Are we now in infinity loop? AI versus AI. Who wants to?
Just curious about the social response. If you don't mind.
Who will answer it?
AI versus AI. Okay, so this is another human creation. Yes, yes. I think this kind of technology checker, detectors, and mechanisms, even not just for recognize and labeling artificial content, but also for removing what is established to be fake news. I think this is one of the solution. I believe that technology should be progressing, and this is one of the waves of its progress. Is it infinity loop? Do we make more and more problems by that? I think only time will show. But also, and that is also in legislative documents, is also is emphasizes in many places, along with technical solutions, the non-technical, some regulations and approaches that belongs to the ethical area are also necessary. Infinity loop, just one. I had one association. Elon Musk was in social media. There was a video on TikTok when he represented himself as Serb originally. So that was his statement. I saw just my son, he's 10 years old. He told me, you know, Mom, Elon Musk is a Serb. And I said, really? Because I didn't know that. And then I went online, and yes, the social algorithms in social network algorithms in all kind of network, in YouTube and TikTok, Instagram, they put that video in front because it's emotional. It's what you said. It's wow. It gives us hype. Yes. And other than that, we had real statements from real people, not artificially made, from so-called media and journalist statement. Very popular characters in public sphere who commented on that. In like, so you see, Elon Musk is Serb, so everything now is clear. So you understand, like Tesla, like Serbs are so great and everything. And this is how this network works. This viral potential is much more increased in artificial environment. And I don't think that only human involvement can limit that. I believe that AI should combat AI.
So, concerning the infinity loop, the frank response is until there becomes a new technology or innovation appears, or there is a bug, it will stop. This is an engineering response. Yeah, it gives a natural break. As for, however, the popularity, obviously the future media environment will be hybrid. This means that you contain mix of both true and false stuff, and it will look more like a complex stuff that you have different personalities and you get some approaches for this for different purposes. Big question here is how this will respond to our mentality. I mean, especially about the young generation, because for them, living in these computer games on the social networks is something normal. They said, no, wait, I have to kill these people and I'm back. And all these monsters, most probably. And the problem is like this, the sci-fi stuff like Terminator, Skynet stuff about this, because it had been popular about 30 years ago, is already a reality, and the matrix, the first part is getting a documentary one. So the question is, for me, where is the limit? And the question is about this limit quite arguable, but for me the response is in our imagination. And today I get a comment about hallucinations, and the last weekend we organized an event with young researchers, the same word was used, hallucination. It's just getting more errors, but you see, the new generation is understanding technology is something alive. So it has properties that are related to living creatures. And here comes the real problem about the imagination. Okay, your imagination is limited, but the one extended with artificial intelligence, not quite. And so, as I said, we limit until the next innovation comes. Thank you.
Professor Thomas has a comment.
Professor?
Sorry for participating in this debate. Was not my intent, but I'm inspired by a panelist. So I think we discuss about artificial intelligence, about humans, but I would say that we also manipulate with artificial questions. Fake news, wrong information, whether they are produced by generative AI or by human, they exist and they will always exist. So we expect by default that artificial intelligence should provide the truth. But it's not the case. It's not the case. I can now lie. So if I say something, does it mean that I'm not lying? Sooner or later, it will be recognized that I'm lying. I'm human. So we all lie, in a sense. So it's an artificial question. It will always be something that is true and what is not true. And the truth is very relative. Only the true if we have facts, but sometimes we don't know it. We suppose. As a scientist, also we propose some hypotheses and we explore, we experiment. So if you analyze historically our scientific articles, you will see also fake results from experiments, from interpretation, intentionally or not intentionally, they exist. So whether it's AI-based lie or human-based lie, we are surrounded by lies. The only is that we compete with the opinions, with the facts, with debates. So it's an endless loop, if you want to say like that. And that's the fact. So don't expect from AI to be, everything must be truth. 30 years ago, I was studying knowledge-based AI when I was in the United States. It's based on knowledge base. So, but we created the knowledge base. What I know, I put in rules. And knowledge engine produced the answer to my questions. So is it right? It depends on the knowledge base that I created. It's the same, everything with AI is based on something like that. So don't make artificial questions. Everything is relative. Only we have confront the ideas, facts, and so on, and don't expect that I will be always right. No, it's not. Everything is relative. That's why we have to debate, to see if it's a news, free media, to discuss this and to distinguish what is true, what is not. But again, who has the right to say this is true or not? Everything is relative in a sense. So we must be aware of that. Sorry.
Yes, of course. We always come back to that. We as people are behind everything, so that's all. Is there any comment on this, or I can ask some more questions from the? Go further. Okay, some questions from the audience, please. Okay, Milica.
Yes, thank you. So today we heard about, you talked about, for example, political campaigns that AI can be used to, let's say, manufacture that or create that. You showed us the video of dinosaurs, and you said the young people believe it to be true and authentic video. So I'm curious to hear maybe from both Serbian and Bulgarian perspective, like, is there something that the state or the law, the government can do to let's say, put a frame on it or to say this is legal, this is not? And for example, if you have a video like that, I'm guessing someone had to click somewhere to create that video in an AI app or something like that. So I'm curious, is there a way to find out who was the person, the creator? And is there something that can be done against that person, like a criminal, not a criminal record, but can something be done in the legal sense?
Thank you, Milica, for this interesting and hot topic. Who will answer? Who wants to? Do you want? Okay.
In Bulgaria now is by fake news you make fake checking. This is in popular site in Bulgarian national TV.
Как проверяват новини?
The fake news, checking news. But we check only some maybe 10, 12 news in day in. News in war in Ukraine, in Russia, but different news, like 1,000, no checking. In government, it's no job. Това става.
So, concerning your question, Plamen commented on the applied side. There is even an initiative about Fact Check PG, this is a web portal. But concerning the regulation, in European Union there is an AI Act, and you know what's the comment about this? So, okay, Europe will stay behind because China and India will not limit the AI, especially on these media contexts. So, in general, there should be a vast enough framework that have to be tailored within time, because at the moment AI looks in one way, actually it's a narrow artificial intelligence. It doesn't sense what it is doing, it's just optimizing. This is from computer science perspective. But with getting more sentient and self-evaluating artificial intelligence, we definitely should put somewhere the limit and say, if you cross this borderline, this in a way is not acceptable from ethical perspective. But it could be profitable not to put the borderline. And this is the Pandora box, actually. Because I like very much one of the comments about this from Noah Yuval Harari, that actually, with time, AI is getting weaponized for some approaches and other. And being a tool, it's like you can use it either for good or for bad, and it's nothing to do with about the technology in itself, because it still doesn't sense what it's doing. It's just giving optimization. Like the neural networks, they don't understand what they do. They just optimize on several points, a few thousand, for example. But speaking about this, we discussed something about bubbling of the information. And, you know, the problem is that maybe the fake bubble is more fascinating, more interesting. So why should we limit it, as it is gathering more audience where you can sneak some political stuff and to verify your electoral inclines? So
it's not neither we limit or we don't limit. It's case by case, adding some AI assistance, you can get a really good limitation, but towards a certain profile. Because young generation, you profile in one way, and old generation in another, because dinosaurs and pyramids are for entertainment with us, but if you are getting basic knowledge, and you are in the first groups of the kindergarten, it's not like an entertainment. Thank you.
Yes, and I would like to add, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not that aware from our official government's overview, but as far as I'm aware, from the Serbian government is really working on having AI regulations, which should, in a sense, limit the use of AI in ethical ways. I was in a conference at Koponik, I think it was before the pandemic. We had a keynote from one person from the European Commission, who said that this was like 5 years ago or something like that. They already started working on a framework to limit the use of AI with ethical purposes and so forth. As far as information and generated information sources come forth, from my point of view, we can use different technologies which can complement those things, disruptive technologies such as, well, for instance, blockchain or something like that, which can trace the origin of something. And if you put that system-wide, for instance, you can say, okay, we can trace back that this AI-generated video is done by this user and so forth. How, or should we do that, and what way should we limit to this? Now, this may be an expanded topic, but as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to potentially hazardous AI-generated material, it should be, again, it's my opinion, it should be regulated in a sense that, okay, this is for entertainment purposes. It's nice to see that pyramids are built by dinosaurs and so forth, but it really comes a problem, as Professor said, when this is the first exposure to something like that, like, as you said, kids in kindergarten, they will stick to that, okay, and they will learn from that. And it's a really interesting time that we're living. So we have to, in one way, don't limit to see what's the computer's imagination and AI's imagination, to expand our own, but then again, have the awareness that this is artificially created content and all the risks that it has on every aspect of life. Would you like to add something? Yes.
Yes, this is true. Government of the Republic of Serbia is working on regulation in the AI field. We have the strategy for AI development from 2020 to 2025, and now we are writing the next strategy from 2025 to 2030. But more important, this year government has adopted ethical guidance for trustworthy AI, and it relies on the same guidance that from European Commission. And also the working group on AI law is formed and is working, and it will be relied on AI Act of the European Union. I agree that the technical solutions, as I said before, such as blockchain technology and other mechanism of detection of origins and the process of making some content is a very good solution. And I believe when we have the label, the unique, for example, label, like we have now sponsored in social, when you saw lots of people, and including young people, especially when they sponsor, they don't even consider that content. So I think this is how this hype will be a little slowed down. When we mark it with a unique label, and on the other hand, to protect copyright, of course, to detect copyright violation, and because this is also the example of copyright violation. The fact is that the laws that we have now can be applied to this area. For example, law on copyright violation or law on protection of personal data. But just this is still very new, and we are still searching for from case to case, from day to day, the possibilities of implementation and the need for improvement of legislative, so that this area should be very robust, very firm, and safe, of course.
Thank you for this detailed explanation and discussion about very important topic, because ethics in AI is something that is, as you said, new, and we must adapt to new things that are happening and that will happen, and we must prepare. Okay, some more questions, Miloš?
Thank you. So my question is a bit futuristic, but not too much. We often heard about general AI being the holy grail for AI researchers for decades, and it's always a 20-year from now. We always expect that it will happen soon. And in all those attempts of achieving a result at least similar to what general AI should consider, we saw that those kind of experiments actually shown that AI is actually mirroring human behavior and even emphasizing all our bad sides. One of the examples was a chatbot which went live to discuss with people online. During the 24-hour, it became very hostile, very rude to people, so they had to turn it off. Now, relating to media itself, we can all agree that malicious and all the news which are shocking with some intentions to intimidate public or in some other way, we tend to read more of those news, tend to create more of those news. So if we use AI of similar kind, in order to produce the news, we can basically open up the chance for it to follow our example and create more and more bad and malicious news. And considering previous discussions related to fake news, those will be popular. So my question after this introduction is there any chance that in collaboration between media experts, researchers, maybe even legislators, to somehow prepare ourselves for some scenarios like that, where we can at least reduce the harmful impact such AI-generated news could have on our people and citizens of our countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Miloš. Who wants to respond? Professor.
For the moment, even sentient AI is just a dream, but about the artificial general intelligence, this super brain, supercomputer, I still didn't saw, except for military purposes, some self-optimizing weapons that take autonomous decisions to dismiss some people from the terrorist perspective, for the moment. Talking about media, however, you know, again, the problem is that the mixture of human and machine-generated content could be more fascinating. So even if because of author rights, copyrights, you in a way brand, then there's a number of ways. I see some people in the audience here that are very well educated how to brand this multimedia content. Still, the users of this information could be more happy with the imaginary one, the extended reality, and this you cannot limit, because otherwise they switch the media. They said, no, this media is old. So it's not easy to in a way, bound the innovations. And if we assume that in 20 years we will have a more improved AI solution, this means faster computers, who knows? Quantum machines adding some optimization stuff there. We will be able to observe something else, however. We still didn't say a word about information flooding. You know, the problem is that older generation, they say, oh, this media is all the time blinking, that's all the time moving something. I don't need this. I go and find another source. So this digital fatigue about the media of the future could be handled only with algorithms that are filtering, in a way, the contents according to the preferences of the user. So for me, in 20 years now, you have a digital assistant that will be part of your reality in a way, and this will support you in a way to handle the speed and the dynamics. Thank you.
Do you have some comment?
Yes, I wanted to, because I think this is the right place for the cooperation between experts from different areas. This is I think, one of the ways to prepare for this post-biological era. So as I said at the beginning, you have here the faculty with software engineers, you have digital business and marketing experts, and you have digital artists and interactive media. So yes, you can start now, here.
If we get support.
Well, thank you. I really liked your comment on this.
Proposals, but we never get it.
Yeah, yes, that also. Okay, we are now running out of time. Today we had a really fruitful discussion and interesting topics. We talked about a current state of media in the light of AI and some potential risks and threats in the future. We talked about ethics, biases, and lots of things were mentioned here, and we really had great panelists. So before I close the discussion, I would only like to ask our panelists to give a short conclusion or closure on today's topics and discussion. So we can start from here, if that's okay.
Okay. just, I have lost. Okay. In the future of media, always not only be a tool to improve in efficiency and creativity, but will also pose new ethical and professional challenges. The balance between automation and preserving the human factor will be key. The search for intelligence and AI in the media industry. Thank you.
That was very short. Yes, I think the AI as a new technology, relatively new, almost 8 years now. Yes, this is a chance for more creative media content, for greater art, for even greater ideas, for better democracy, for faster and more precious decision-making, for more participation. It is continuing the processes that we had great expectations with the new technologies. And also it is continuing the risks that we had with new technologies, the risks of even wider digital gap and the total pollution of the society, of very rich intellectually and financially rich people, and very poor and forgotten people on the social margins. Yes.
So this our colleagues was saying from the social perspective more positive stuff. However, we will try to also add some negative stuff that I see for the not so close future. But one of the things is ghosting. Some people are getting to enter kind of a dark media where you have other information, like nowadays in the sources of network, that's more reliable or at least more amusing. This will be one of the threats. Another one is that there will be, for me, kind of computer viruses that they modify the data in a way that it becomes fake or real and or not that popular just because of the modification. And finally, okay, not only negative stuff. For me, this will extend our capabilities of handle large amounts of data and to get information that is more rich, because one of the things that we still even didn't mention is that getting machine-to-machine communication, you can dig and create unobvious network connectivity in the data and to get news that are hidden between different sources. So this will extend your data. But for this you need special software that is smart enough and also special gadgets because someone needs to get profit of this. Thank you.
I would just like to add and conclude that we can use existing media to help us better understand what's coming, better or for worse. My suggestion to everyone is to follow the TV series Black Mirror because it can educate us of what's to come. Some things from the first season is already here, and we can consume those kind of media as a warning to see and to take the trends in a more responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you again to all our panelists, and thank you audience for listening and for having interesting questions to us. And now I would like to invite you all to have a short break and have a lunch in the front. Thank you.
So, nice to see you again. The second presentation is related to the securing communication in wireless robotic platforms, which is a very specific area in the telecommunications. The name of the paper and the research is the development of blockchain-based framework for securing communication in wireless robotic platforms. It doesn't work. Platforms consist of various components, including sensors, actuators, controllers, communication modules, and so on, including hardware for movement. Doesn't matter it's a ground movement or aerial movement or water surfaces. All these platforms should be connected wirelessly because it's not possible in the robotic platforms, except in the industry, to communicate each other by cable. Now, the only way for the operating robotic platforms is based on radio, RF, and or sometimes optical communications. The problem with this wireless communication is the security. Doesn't mean it's not something new, because every platform who is connected wirelessly has a lot of problems regarding to the security communications and regarding how to arrange the communication network between them. One of the typical problems is in the wireless communication is data interception, command injections, denial of service attacks, of course, and it's typical for the networks of wireless nodes. It's a man-in-the-middle attacks. For the wireless networks, which consist of robotic platforms, is typical to work as a swarm. There is no centralized control center. There is nothing. Swarms communicate each other, interchange data between them, and prepare decisions autonomously. That's why it's a challenge to increase the reliability in communication between this type of robotic platforms. Other problem in the wireless robotic platforms is dynamic topologies, because like wireless sensor networks, it's something similar. There is a problem with the shell life of the nodes. That means some of the robotic platforms can stop to work by different reasons, and the way is how to substitute the communication part if some of the nodes is missing. Typical decision for the security communication is the static encryption case, which each other, the robotic platforms or sensor platforms can interchange information data and send the data to the gateways or somebody else. In the real conditions, wireless communication channels are vulnerable. They have a lot of vulnerability. Typical is jamming. Now everybody knows the war in Ukraine. Typical is jamming in injection attacks. Injection is also possible. There is not so important, because the encryption case is changed practically every few seconds. That's why it's not the big focus, but the jamming and injection attacks very often happen. Our idea is to implement the blockchain technology to communication in the robotic platforms. There is a few existing solutions in that area. We try to prepare a bit different framework for securing the communication between these nodes. Practically, the same topology we implement in the ad hoc wireless network. It's almost same. What is blockchain? Probably most of you know. Generally, blockchain is a decentralized system which interchange data each other by blocks, and to be secured data and to be reliable, the interchange of data need developed special consensus mechanism which secure the communication between every two nodes, and after few loops practically establish reliable communication. I already say that the decentralization problem. Blockchain eliminates the need for a central control for the control center, and each node in the network have a copy of his data set, which include the stack of IP addresses of the, how to say, honest nodes, their parameters, distance, and so on. Once data is recorded in the blockchain, practically it is it's a fundamental rule in the blockchain. Every block, when it's created, cannot be altered or tampered, which guarantee securing of the data, which is sent or interchanged between nodes or robotic platforms. Consensus mechanism, there is a lot. At the moment, there is more than 14 types of consensus mechanisms. But at the moment, the most famous mechanisms are proof of work, proof of stake, and very specific consensus mechanism, which is named Byzantine fault tolerance. In our case, we rely to the AES 128 cryptographic mechanism for sending private and public keys for authorization and authentication. We move from proof of work to the Byzantine fault tolerance because they are very close each other as technology. Practically, Byzantine fault tolerance is based on the proof of work consensus mechanism. What we propose in our framework, it's we use at the first level Byzantine fault tolerance as a consensus mechanism. Later, we move to the practical Byzantine fault tolerance mechanism, which allow us to very flexible to communicate which nodes, which mean that in our case, if 30% of robotic platforms are off or damaged or something else would happen, the communication to continue to be reliable. This is the key problem in the standard proof of work mechanism, consensus mechanisms. In the blockchain-based communication system, BFT provides also decentralized method for communication between robots. And it's a group of robots has a role as validators, but most of them are typical nodes. What we propose now, a few words for BFT. We move to the practical, another version of the BFT. It's a practical Byzantine fault tolerance. It's designed for, especially designed for systems where the number of the nodes is relatively small, because it takes a lot of time, and the performance is the problem, one of the problems of this consensus mechanism. It operates in rounds or loops. There is a cycles with them to establish the connection. The first cycle is to pre-prepare. The leader robot proposes a block of transaction to other robots or nodes. Prepare. Each robot receives the proposed block and broadcasts a message to all other robots. And commit. This is the most important. When each robot receives the messages from other robots, broadcast a commit message, and after approval, this message is moved to the ledger, to the local data set of the robot. Consensus mechanism consists if when the robot receives enough commit messages, the block is added to its local copy of blockchain. It's a ledger. it's how to say it, you can see it, practically F is validators, number of validators, and the PBFT is effective when the number of nodes N is three times the number of validators, plus 1. How is designed the framework? You can see it in general how it's work. I'm sorry, but the font size is not enough what I see here. But generally, I will comment every step of this framework. First step or first block of this diagram. Don't miss the block of the blockchain with the block in the diagram. First block, it's public key cryptography. It's I already mentioned it's AES 128 because we need a performance when we try to use AES 256, but unfortunately the result was under our expectation because need a lot of performance of the processor systems. The second block is a creation of the transaction. It can be sensor data, it can be control commands, for example, it can be commands for movement or etc. Block trio diagram, it's to broadcast to peer robots. This broadcast is important because this is the first step when you can eliminate the not honest robots, which mean the robots who doesn't answer or robots who send information which is not confirmed by AES or the hash algorithm failed and so on and so on. Block 4, it's a the Byzantine fault tolerance consensus mechanism. It's practically start with this step. The number of the validators start to receive the blocks, block messages. And after that, after the validation part, they send the blocks to their area. Every validator is responsible for a specific area, which he can translate the blocks to other neighbor nodes. The next phase is standard for the BFT. It's a pre-prepare phase. I already explained it, prepare phase and commit phase. The second step is the transaction validation and preparation. It's done by validators in the BFT. Once robots receive transaction, they do the validations, I mean the validation robots, and they verify the digital signatures by hashes which are sent by them, and checking the data integrity to be sure that the content is not changed during the communication process. If the transaction passes the validation, it proceeds to be prepared for sending for consensus. The block 6, it's a real commit for the both BFT or PBFT. After the commits, robots reach consensus, which means, for example, here it's one of the critical points in our framework, because the question is percent of the confirmed robots. In generally, in BFT, how to say, the excluded robots, more than 30% of the network is critical. In our case, we decrease the number of the robots who can be excluded without fail the consensus is 25%. If the 25% of robots not available or by different reasons they are compromised, the consensus can be realized. But if more of them is off, that means we need to reassign, restart the topology mechanism, and again to start to consensus mechanism. The second final step is when the blocks messages are okay, everything is checked and validated, every node, every robot platform add his this block to his own local ledger or local blockchain, when the people know it. By this way, every robot has own copy of blockchain or by ledger. It's a different, the content of ledger is different than in the typical blockchain where there is information. Typical, for example, for Bitcoin, the size of the block is around 1 megabyte. Sometimes there is messages, there is 36 megabytes, but it's different. In our case, the blocks are very small. In our case, the blocks are no more than 5K. And the content of block consists only of the validated IP addresses, mark, validated protocols, mark, block of data which is less than 1K, and private and public key. That's all. This is a content of typical message, which is enough to secure the communication between two nodes or two or more nodes. It is important to know that the robotic platforms have not enough microprocessor performance, and of course, most of them are 16-bit processors with limited autonomy. I mean limited capacity of the battery, limited capacity of the memory, and so on. Conclusion, we tested the consensus mechanism in the NS2 simulator. The results was relatively good. There was more than 1,000 loops we did during the simulation. The simulation passed well when the number of the damaged platforms are around 20%, and start to work slowly and slowly when this number of the blocked platforms is increased. That's when the idea here is to how to prepare this, and we move to another consensus mechanism which allow us to increase the number of the damaged nodes. But for now, we have reliable communication in the 20% damaged robots. At 25% is still working, but if we have more than 25%, the system crashes. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Professor Domzet has a question.
Is it possible to ask for that?
Yeah, of course. I wanted to open the floor.
When I visited a Mercedes factory probably 30 years ago in Germany, producing small Mercedes, I saw the product line with a lot of robots and so on. What I noticed at the first stage, they just put something like a box, and it's written what type of this car should be, because there are variation in the number of windows, the color, the engine, and so on. The same product line produce different kind of vehicles. They have the same base, but they are different. So in this context, I don't think that
one robot send a message to another robot. But there is movements and track. As soon as the car moves, there are some things that read what this box is informing them. And then the program of the robot is modified. And you see different movements, different parts are combined, and so on. So did you try to simulate such a real production line, for instance, for cars? Because I don't think that this simulation is appropriate for their case, because it's a different, and this is a real exam.
Exactly, yes. Many years ago, I worked for a UK company, and this UK company produced welding robots for Land Rover. And I saw how the factory Land Rover inside. What they did, first they have one control center. Second, they have not wireless at all because the industrial spam in industrial noise. They use fiber optics. And their control center, what he did, every message, the robots, part of robots are autonomous. Practically, he can recognize the part, he can find the point where he have to weld something, and so on. But they wait for approval from the control center. Every their step, they didn't do nothing if they have approval from the control center. Everything is going very fast because fiber optics. There is no wireless, there is no rotors, and so on. But nevertheless, they implement. It was 7 years ago. They implement machine learning to robots. And it was very interesting because their machine learning was implemented in the quality control. What is their quality control in the Land Rover? It's very interesting. It's a line, one line, conveyor, where the chassis is going, and so on, and so on. And from time to time, one of these chassis is going to move to different line, stop. There is a special robots who destroy everything from this car, everything, every piece destroyed, and measure the power of destroying every part. Because it's very expensive, because Land Rover is prepared from aluminum, everything is at very high cost, and they want to decrease the number of the destroying from the line. That's why they implement a machine learning system who sniff all the actions from robots in the production line and prepare by special algorithms. By machine learning, they know who was the critical parts in this conveyor, and they react to destroy car when they have some signals from these critical points. That means they didn't destroy cars randomly. They destroyed by prepared critical points. There is a similar system in the food industry between. It's a HACCP. It's again by same way. They focus on the critical points, which is the most important. Which part of the car is very important to be 100% perfect. Which part of car is not so important, for example. They do it, and what I understood during the conversation, they save more than 5% of the cost of the car. 5% in the automotive industry is a huge number of money because they count every cent, everything. That's why they do it, but the way is different. Here, what we propose here is in the area where you need swarms of robots. If we have a standard robotic platforms, in all of cases, you have a control center who manage everything. It's easier and more reliable, because at the control center you can have AI, you can have an operator, you can have everything. You can control all the situation. But when you are in the area where the communication between swarm of the robotic platforms is difficult or missing, this is the only way to securing the communication at the same time to keep them autonomous.
What's the time needed between two operations? Because all this processing, in each step, all this processing should be done, isn't it? What seconds?
In this case, it's not possible, because it's a swarm, which means that the robots, they decide communicate only each other inside their network, and the decision is taken by them, not by operator, not by control center. Decision is done by them based on algorithms.
But they have local processing.
Yeah.
They have to process this.
Yeah.
How much time is needed for one robot to process whether to accept the message or not?
A lot of time. It's working now. Yeah, it's working now only for ground vehicles. For WAFs, it's not working because there is a lot of speed, very fast. But for ground robots, it's working because one typical robot moves with 10 to 10 km per hour. He can send enough information and exchange enough information. For example, there is one robot who analyzes terrain in front of the swarm, inform them that there is a problem, there is a gap or something else, there is a, for example, barrier or so on, and inform them, and they change their way to move. And this is working design only for ground robots.
Is there any other question from the audience, Professor?
So looking at your robots came to my mind that in a way you can preliminary kind of get a strategy by using kind of prominence or negotiation strategy, like the Nash equilibrium, try to achieve. Whether it will be achievable is another story, but in a way at least we have a framework. So in this sense, have you thought about this kind of implementation, preliminary boundary of the definition with an equation, so to define the boundaries and then to see if it is a feasible solution?
Yes, we started without securing the communication. It's more simple and more easy to be implemented. But when you go to the area with jammers, it's part of the robots, it's a swarm blocked. And this is the problem of the blocking robots, which are temporarily blocked. Sometimes permanently, but most of them are temporarily blocked. And you need to keep the communication. If you lost the communication to the control center or to the lead robots, because our swarm at the first level was we have a lead robot who sends commands to his team of robots. It's working in the ideal conditions. When you inside in the jammers environment, everything is go to hell.
Yeah, that's why you use negotiation technique that is have no leadership, but it's slower.
Yeah. This is another problem. That's why there is another consensus mechanism. It's very interesting. We are working now this problem. It's a name Raft. It's much more reliable than the BFT. And Raft can keep the communication if it's officially said, but non-officially the number is mid. But almost 50% of the robots or the nodes are off. The system, this consensus mechanism can keep the communication part. 50% off, it's a huge number. Now BFT, I already say officially is 30%, practically no more than 20% is effectiveness. Raft is much faster and much more flexible but it is now starting with our experiment. That's why I can say, for now, I can say nothing. The simulation pass okay, but real conditions is totally different thing.
Any more questions from the audience? No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Going deeper on the first presentation, actually I'm going to share some stuff about how we make the exercise that I mentioned in some of the slides. So I start with this kind of a Q-based survey. It's about the future. See, socio-cultural changes, technological superiority as a divide, as a challenge, cultivation, ops, quite smart. Sorry. This is due to Microsoft Intelligence. So, as a digital transformation driving factor, you see this kind of trends starting from innovative technologies, as a threat, socio-cultural challenges, cultivation of digital society resilience, one of the challenges, this means the winner, and technological superiority as a divide. We call all these transcends. We even have a serious study about this, a book we published the year before. But I put this as an illustration how, for example, the future is getting some winners towards the transformation of the future and how the innovative technologies are getting some disruption. So, as I said, the future. So, some of you maybe have heard about Society 5.0, where the robots will go to help the people. But Society 6.0, it's still a fiction. That's why, as I said in the previous talk, last year we organized a summer school with young people, 15 to 17 years old, and is the result of the kind of results related to driver threats, challenges, ambiguities, divides. So we also had ambiguities. But you know, with artificial intelligence, nowadays you can have these.
Humanity stands at the cusp of a new era, on the verge of a transformative shift as profound as the agricultural or industrial revolutions. This new era, known as Society 5.0 or the super smart society, is being ushered in by the unprecedented convergence of artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and other groundbreaking technologies. These advancements promise to fundamentally reshape every aspect of our lives, from the way we work and interact to the very fabric of our society. At its core, Society 6.0 represents
increase the volume.
From an information-based society to a knowledge-based one. In this new era, vast amounts of data generated by interconnected devices will be harnessed by sophisticated AI algorithms to solve complex societal challenges and create a more human-centered society. Imagine a world where smart cities optimize resource allocation, personalize healthcare, and enhance public safety in real time, all while minimizing environmental impact. This transformation, however, is not without its challenges. As we delve deeper into...
I stop it here because, you know, this is nothing to do with internet. It's artificially created with human intelligence mixing. You cannot You cannot find it nowhere. Only the members of this group will have it. So I put again this slide because now it makes more sense. Huh? See, this movie is from Love, Death and Robots, and the robots are speaking why the mankind disappears from an episode. Why? Because people are stupid. And this has been, in a way, confirmed by the reality that we speak. How to handle this? And can we make it proactively? Obviously, we can with technology. You see, we get from resources with human Q&A session, and then through artificial intelligence, you make a movie. Nowadays, it's not a fiction anymore. Some scenario interpretation you get, adding morphological analysis. So now we put the driving factors and make scenarios. Scenarios are getting plausible and implausible ones. And of course, the overlap in between. Some uncertainties. This is, in this study, we get about more than 100,000. Then we go and put all these scenarios to each of these relations, and you get this is combination between risk and utility. You see, transformation of people is unstable, smart ecosystem, and also external impacts. We don't know what they are. And this in our book, here we put some effects, and you're able to assess things in a specific extension of a theory where we combine risk and utility, trying to classify perpetual versus intermittent behavior of the entities, but adding all the scenarios to all the interrelations. But as I said, these are beliefs for the future. Whatever you assess with the technology, I mean, it's an optimizational task. Multi-criteria supercomputer with some human intelligence, but optimization. Now let's come to the reality. Of course, a mixed one. This is the interpretation we choose with the participants for some of the participants in the scenario. And as I said, this is the very, very new stuff that we organized 2.5 weeks ago. We use an agent-based approach here to implement. So you have attacking, alarming, storing, assisting, playing real and virtual agents with some scripts. So how does the script looks like? Discrete, unfortunately. So you have a list of events, list of senders, list of receivers, and what you measure, response times. And with the response times, you can tailor the internet connectivity speed with DDoS, for example, and make the people in the game really a little bit angry, not to be patient enough, or you can make this faster, or you can make, in a way, phishing on obfuscation of the stuff. And at the end, you get some classification. This is, we start from 3 pages, and at the end, you get artificial intelligence summarization. It hasn't been done by people. The original scenario has been developed by us, and this is the generalization of the AI assistant. What is interesting is that all the times we tried, one and the same result we get, dominance of the AI. And we get 2 groups of participants that initially was really in a big and very firing discussion. Who is in charge about this dominance of the AI? We, the people, as creators of the algorithms that become autonomous, or the algorithm by themselves? So this is the scenario interpretation. Again, AI.
The year is 2360. Earth is a wasteland ravaged by climate change, a desolate reminder of human excess. Hope clings to Hybridville, a shining beacon of technological advancement. The artificial moon nestled near Venus represents a fresh start. a collaborative effort between the Space Alliance Federation and Earth Plus Security Alliance, a new home. Hybridville is a melting pot of survivors, humans, robots, and a new threat, nano-zombies. They all coexist in an uneasy alliance. The air crackles with tension, a constant hum of uncertainty. Everyone knows that fragile peace cannot hold.
So we make some experiments that you can get about 30 minutes movie. It's a little bit expensive, but the idea is like this. You start from your imagination, and then you move with the artificial one. And if you remember our discussion, it's already something that has own life. What we were expecting in these studies, to understand our methodology, how it is handled by the people, and the role of the AI in the game, and how to understand these transcends that were initially modeled, do they appear in the really computer-assisted exercise scenario or not, and why? Maybe people does understand wrongly our message, that's why they didn't get this threat, or maybe they understand it quite vastly and it is more simple. So, as I said, we go further. We get some assessments of their biometrics also, and you're able further, this is something with the future, this kind of heart rate variability, for example, and you are able to assess the peace with different simulations. But these are also questionnaire-based stuff, some artificial delays, and also you are able to assess their emotion of the faces by using affectiva. And also, we add some voice recognition of the emotions. And at the end, you have a battery of multidimensional evaluation, and getting this prognosis, you're able to get back here and add, for example, some additional stuff. This is just an illustration, it's not the model of the exercise. So at the end, you can decide whether this is here or here. And already this has a mathematical explanation that has been tailored with real data, not an artificial. This is the very use of these exercises. It's not about just the technology, neither mathematical modeling, but adding illusion with AI stuff and human creativity to extend our models with the future. We also have some mathematical stuff to assess the feasibility of the solution, so to define these framework limitations. But most important that with this, you are able to get some real emotional responses of the people, the things that we discussed. And nowadays, we still progress working with extended reality, building a new lab. As I said, we don't stop here. We go to stimulate these emotions. It's something that is within the future. You get some multimedia tailoring. Maybe some of you have heard about digital drugs. This is modification of the multimedia, most often audio, but it could be also video. And with AI, you can imagine a real feedback in real time that I want to push some of the participants to become more active, others to get more dizzy. So we all this, in a way, try to combine our efforts with our initiative that has more than 63 countries now through all over the world. It's about securing digital future expertise. But at the end, I put this discussion about smart machines that have dual role, both attacking and defense, and it's all related to AI and IoT embodiment that in a way make the future of this transcends. This means challenges, threats, opportunities, gaps, etc. quite interesting towards the future of AI role in the new digital society, which should be resilient and secure at the same time. Thank you for your attention. Hope it gives some glimpse to the first presentation extension. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your interesting presentation as always. Do we have some questions from the audience?
Considering, for example, that generative AI, which we can access at the moment, it doesn't give repeatable results. For example, if I ask today create a knight in shiny armor, it will give one image, and if I ask it again in completely new conversation, it will be different image.
Yes.
If I understand correctly, in your events, you have some input scenarios created by human, and then you consider output scenarios at the end. What
Yes.
will happen with Earth and so on. Did you consider or tried to use the same input scenario in different occasions to see how different results, how different output scenarios will be for the same input? Because in AI, it's mostly random guesses, even in text.
I understand the case. For the moment we train people, not AI. I know what you mean. Usually, because the algorithm is probabilistic, you usually get different results. For us, it was important to show up the illustration of imagination mixing, and only this, but the idea is to verify the results in a way by adding this stimulation to people. And it's, for the moment, a question of understanding this cognitive landscape and a question of fatigue, because maybe some people even get bored. But you are absolutely right that concerning the present large language models, because they rely on probabilistic assessment, they always give every time different results.
I just wanted to ask, because does that mean that we have different scenarios, because you were doing different...
With our case,
not really.
Not completely.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Professor.
My name is Milos, and today, as my colleague said, I will present the paper Interactive Cybersecurity Awareness, Creating a Gamified Password Strength Checker with Unity. This paper is continuation of previous paper presented also here previous year. After a brief introduction, I will shortly mention a few things about the importance of password strength awareness, then a few words about gamification, and I will shortly present the concept of locked out game previously mentioned. Then, after some important details about Unity Engine and why we used it in this project, core part of this presentation will be implementation process, and we'll discuss different steps we conducted in this case. At the end, I will conclude and mention some things regarding future work. Today, in modern society, our lives are more and more intertwined with different digital platforms, and we are becoming dependent on them. So passwords in this case present a unique guardians of our online presence, our digital identity. But unfortunately, many people are still not aware how critically important it is to use and create strong passwords, to take care for them, and to avoid any misuse. In this case, through a specific tailored game, we want to analyze potential weaknesses in standard password checkers and to offer potential improvement by using Markov model approach. As I mentioned previously, using weak passwords open up room for vulnerabilities, for different kind of attacks which hackers often use, like brute force, dictionary attacks, even credential stuffing, which is in the same family as brute force attacks. And weak passwords originate from idea that people often tend to choose convenience instead of security, because it's easier to remember short passwords, is easier to use the same password in 50 different platforms, and there lies the main weakness. There's something that's commonly known as blacklist password, which is a long list considering the most often used, the most weak passwords users are using on their profiles, and they are often used for these automated attacks. Also, we often, during creation of password protection, we rely on password meters to confirm that something that we chose is valid, it's secure, but those password checkers are often poorly designed, designed just to present some kind of form of safety, but usually transparency and the way they are designed is not properly presented to the user. Traditional checkers, as you already know, have basic idea to meet criteria like a specific number of characters, use of specific uppercase letters, lowercase letters, and so on. And they can be useful, but they have big flaws. To account for that, we can consider adaptive password strength meters, which are much more complex, and like the one we created in this case, which can be based on Markov models, there are also variations of that. So we decided for this one because it was appropriate for our purpose. What was most important in this case, it offers better accuracy during estimation of how good your password is and how possible it is for someone to break it and to access your accounts. As you probably know, gamification on its own became a very important tool in different areas of industry, education, marketing, because it uses very easily acceptable approach of using game mechanics, which are fun for everyone, in non-game related fields and activities in order to improve engagement of the participants or trainees, depending on the situation, to improve their interest, probably increase their attention, the way they are memorizing some information. And in this game, we are exactly relying on that fact by turning the mundane process of creating password into a playable scenario where our goal is to support and reinforce the good practices in password creating process, through which we promote active learning, promote critical thinking, because player will be in position to think about some of the decisions in order to, let's say, finish the game properly and successfully. As I mentioned, last year we presented the concept of our game here. In short, Locked Out game blends education and entertainment in order to promote cybersecurity and especially strength password awareness among the different generations. And through different challenges, some are time-based, some are logical, we promote the fundamentals of password strength and hope that it will have a positive effect on all people who play it. In a few short descriptive sentences, idea is to put the player in front of a virtual operating system This operating system has 5 to 6 different applications which are present in real life, like bank application, email application, chat application, and so on. At the start, we are showcasing some of the bad practices of password creation, and then we put him suddenly in the troublesome situation where actual gameplay begins, where the player is attacked by a hacker, and he has a limited time to change password on all his applications with good quality passwords in order to maintain their access and to stop hacker for entering the system. If he is not fast enough and so on, he will lose access to some of his applications, which is a very important punishment in this case. And if he loses access to all applications, it's game over. If he managed to save at least some, game will be completed successfully. But at the end, you will get the summary of good steps, bad steps, what should you do in some of the next playthroughs, next attempts, and so on. And last comment is related to this AI in the bottom, something that looks like antivirus system, and in this case, it's OS Guard, which advise player how to choose a proper password. Unity Engine was logical choice in our case because it's one of the most used engines to create video games worldwide. It's quite flexible. It has strong community support, which is good when you get stuck in some problem and don't know how to solve something. For us, the most important part was their user interface system and backend functionality, which help us to create real-time password checker which player can use. So implementation process will consider traditional password strength checker, which I mentioned at the start, then improved version with Markov model probability, and at the end I will showcase our tests and compare the results. As I've said, originally we followed the traditional approach by setting up the algorithm to just look after number of characters in the password, if it uses all needed uppercase, lowercase letters, if it uses numbers, special characters, symbols, and so on. By grading each password that player enters, we achieve some kind of strength estimation. For each of these criteria met, we will assign 1 score point for it. So total score for some password can range from 0 to 5. Good thing is that algorithm automatically gives the grade. So as you type, as you enter the password, you are graded, and you can see through slider visual results. What was the weakest points here is this kind of algorithm wasn't able to detect blacklisted passwords, some of the common ones which should players stay away from, and we decided to sort that out in the next step. So as I've said, traditional password gave basic results, but it didn't provide the quality gameplay mechanics we wanted. It's probably good for some easy level playing, but for something more advanced we need to spice it up. So let's say first step, as I've said, was to sort the problem about blacklisted passwords, and the next step was to introduce a Markov model of probability. What we did at the start is obtain blacklisted passwords around almost 1 million passwords. It was actually quite easy to obtain, so you can only imagine what actual true hackers have access to and what kind of lists they use for their brute attacks. So how we solved that part of the problem, but just basically we compared is the password a player enters in that list or not, and if it is, we will immediately mark it as blacklisted and won't grade it at all. Regarding Markov model implementation, we had to train model on the real data set, and we used the same 1 million blacklisted passwords. In order to allow him what kind of relations are between characters of group of characters and how probable is for some password to appear and to be weak for these kind of attacks. During the training process, this is the simple example, model is learning how often we can see the situation that after letters T and H, we can find letter E. in the word, in let's say short combination like THE. He is counting that kind of occurrences and based on them gives the estimation. Initially, we tried first order Markov model, which just looks after occurrences of one character after the previous one, but the problem is we had a lot of false positives, so we had to complicate things. We considered second order, but decided to go with third order just to make a bigger improvement. So in this case, we consider third order implementation. So after we consider one character and often how often it appears, often set of 3 different letters. In the basic construction, model consists out of 2 dictionaries. First dictionary just remembers all the unique occurrences of 3 letters and 1 letter after them in all those million passwords. And the second dictionary is just there to count all these unique appearances individually. After the training on almost 1 million passwords, idea for model is to assign probability of that password being weak and easily breachable. And based on that, we give our grading from this specific model. What we had to do is make specific adjustments because Markov model tends to increase the grade based on how long password is. The longer the password, the worse was the result, which is opposite to what we expect because we often support longer passwords because they are harder to break. So with some simple math adjustment, we solved that problem. At the end, we decided to, for the actual final measurement, the final algorithm, combine probability estimation from Markov model and strength estimation from traditional checker. This could be combined in different ways. We decided to subtract probability from strength estimation in order to basically punish, put some penalty on easily guessable passwords and to reward the unique ones. This way, we achieved a more robust password checker, and we achieved to support passwords which are truly secure. And at the end, I will show some of the tests we conducted. First, we intentionally wanted to confirm that the system is able to recognize blacklisted passwords. So we entered 2 different ones, and as you can see, they were not graded. They were instantly marked as blacklisted. After that, we tried to modify these blacklisted just a bit to see what will happen. In first one, we intentionally made it a bit shorter, just so you can see that simple algorithm is recognizing that one of the criteria is not met, so it's grading it 4. Markov probability model gave around 30% chance for this password to be broken. And combined, we get something under the 50% of the result. This kind of result for the player wouldn't be a success, and he would have to come up with a better password. A bit longer one with some modification gave a better result with simple, but not with Markov. In combined, they were still approximately okay. Then we decided to add more specific symbols to make it longer, complicate password even more. And as you can see, it reduced the Markov probability, and therefore combined result was also better. And for the final and the most important confirmation of our checker was to test it on random generated password. As you can see, as you probably know, most of the password managers use these kind of passwords, which are hardly memorable, but very specific, tailored for strength. And when we generated password on Avast random password generator, as you can see, we received almost the perfect result, which also confirmed our estimation that now password checker is much better than the basic one. Here you can also see some of the numerical results. These are the passwords we use. This is the traditional grading, Markov model probability, and combined results. Basically, it's the same what we saw on sliders, just in the numerical form. Regarding the speed, it's clear that the basic checker is much faster, but what was most important for us was that Markov model was still efficient enough, so we didn't notice any lag. Everything worked in real time, and no visible delays were noticed, which is the most important considering that it will be in a game. So with this password strength checker, we solved part of the problem in our game and something that game really requires. This way, we have options to use just a basic password for easy difficulty, potentially Markov model combined with BASIC for some more advanced users, and so on. Good thing is that this checker is able to recognize blacklisted passwords and some of the poorly constructed ones and notice player about it, which help in the learning process. In the next and future steps, the most important for us is to create that OS guard, which will give information, tips, notifications during this process, because without those learning and educative prompts, this game wouldn't be complete. And after everything, at the end, we need to create the mechanic and system, which is able to track all the steps user or player conducted during the playthrough, and to give some kind of summary at the end with good and bad practices. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Do we have some questions from the audience?
So I have a question. Did you try to add, for example, Serbian alphabet to extend the table with one letter, for example?
We were considering that, but in those blacklisted passwords, there was no examples of like Latinica, Cyrillica, and so on. It would be good to test that out if we can improve the data set even with manual additions, but so far we consider that it's good enough for a game. This won't be used in the actual security systems. It's more for educative purpose, but we definitely talked about it. Thank you.
Any other question?
First of all, I have really enjoyed listening for this presentation, and I would like to ask you, so for this game, is this just for demonstration of the Markov model and the simplicity of the password, or we can download this game and try it on our computers?
This is a project in development. This was the first step after the initial concepts. I expect that there will be 2 more phases, after which the game will be fully playable and accessible free of charge. So let's say after some period of time, it will be accessible for everyone. And considering the education purpose, it will be a good thing to share it with the world.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask you another question is, how long did you take to train the model for the Markov model, and what kind of data did you use for it?
I mentioned during the presentation that we use the list of 1,000,000 passwords. And interesting thing is that training is very fast because it just compares a set of characters and creates a specific 2 different lists, basically dictionaries with 2 columns. Process was under a second, so it's quite fast. We don't lose any time on that. Probably if we had 10 million passwords, it would start to become noticeable, but so far it wasn't even a factor in our estimation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Can we expect a playable version on the next game festival?
That's a good question. I will just say I'll do my best, but we'll see, because a lot of graphics elements are still missing. I created all graphics for the game, so it also requires time, animations, and everything else, because it really needs to have a purpose and impact we want to achieve. But some demo, definitely, it would be nice. Thank you.
Okay, I also have one question. Considering gaming and AI, did you maybe consider for some future work some reinforcement learning for this task, something that would incorporate and to compare them with Markov model?
Yes, that would be quite interesting, especially considering that we tend to have the summary of gameplay at the end. So idea that we can somehow summarize all those steps means that we already have data to reinforce already defined model, and it will be perfect combination, especially when and if game goes live. It means that we can constantly improve on it by more players interacting with it.
Great. That was my question. So
Thank
we're
you.
looking forward to see the results for some math.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Miloš.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for your attention. Okay, so Katarina and I, also Katarina, we are, as a PhD students from Faculty of Organizational Sciences, University of Belgrade, very thankful and honored for the opportunity to be here today with you and participate at this year's BISEC conference, and to present you insights from our research on how blockchain technology can be applied and how it can enhance corporate social responsibility practices. So we will kick this presentation off with an introduction part. Then we will proceed with theoretical foundations, followed by research methodology and actually focused literature review and applied blockchain in corporate social responsibility. And we will conclude this presentation with a discussion, limitations, and future research steps. Okay, so corporate social responsibility has emerged as a cornerstone of today's business ethical practices, helping organizations addressing social, economic, environmental challenges. However, these practices itself has challenges when it comes to the trust and transparency and establishing the monitoring system. So that is where we hope blockchain technology can step into and enhance these practices. So in our research, the main objective was to investigate current state of the field when it comes to these applications, specific application of blockchain technology, and to find practical applications for not only helping corporate social responsibility practices, but also enhancing them. And the main research question was how blockchain technology can address disadvantages from the corporate social responsibility practices. Okay, in the theoretical foundations part of our paper, we focused on researching both terms separately. So we covered Firstly, blockchain with its key components, core characteristics, and variations of blockchain. And then we proceeded with a corporate social responsibility term, and we focused on how different authors are defining this term, finding this term, and which key dimensions are they highlighting when it comes to these practices. Okay, we can now see steps of our research methodology. So firstly, we choose the database, okay, so we choose Web of Science database because of its reliable nature. Then we developed search query, and it is actually, it consists of two set of terms. We incorporated corporate social responsibility as one set of term, and we used AND operator for the other term, that is blockchain. And this resulted with 36 studies. Because of this limited number of studies, we examined all abstracts of them, and this resulted with 11 studies being further examined fully, and that is presented in the focused literature review part that we will see now. Okay.
1 sec. Thank you for waiting. Okay, as other Katarina said, we implemented focused literature review for this work, for this research. And in order to investigate how blockchain can help, can enhance corporate social responsibility. Blockchain is often associated with cryptocurrencies, but it goes beyond it. And here you can see extract of table that we included with only 2 papers and 4 information-based columns, paper title, DOI, year of publishing, and main findings from these papers. And probably, I hope so, that you can see some huge names here: Walmart, Coca-Cola, IBM. So for instance, Coca-Cola uses blockchain in order to, and in collaboration with US State Department to fight forced labor, let's say, systems. Also, Walmart uses blockchain to trace supply chain management systems. They actually investigated Mango's lines, let's say production lines, and they saw that blockchain can help with it, and that blockchain actually gives them only, actually, they need only 2.2 seconds to trace that line, Mango's line. In the second paper, let's say like that, we can see the example for IBM. They also use blockchain for supply chain management systems. And the other 9 papers are mainly focused on supply chain management systems, and I think that's pretty logic. Okay, based on everything we said previously, we can conclude that blockchain can definitely help in corporate social responsibility systems. Also, with which aspects of it, blockchain can decrease labor costs, can decrease food waste, and can trace those elements in supply chain management systems. Limitations of the study, we have 4 of them. First one is mainly focused on methodology. Katarina said that we chose one database for now for this pivotal research, And you can see that the next step is to include more databases, such as Scopus or Google Scholar. Another three limitations are regarding state of field. So we have early stages of blockchain technology adoption, which is very expensive and complex. Also, still evolving regulatory environment for the blockchain technology is one of the limitations. And when it comes to future research steps, the rest of them are to do some empirical study for our country and to do impact investigations. So we saw some examples, but let's see the impact of it, of them. And in the end, we hope to develop some new hybrid model that companies can follow, not completely. They can scale it to their mission, vision, structure, and so on. So thank you so much for listening. We are now opening floor for the questions.
Thank you, Katarina and Katarina, for your presentation. Any questions from the audience? Okay, Professor.
So usually using blockchain is a good idea, however it's slow. How long is the data in bits that you can use for a good speed? Did you make any measures about the channel connectivity, render this to have kind of a reasonable length of the data that you use in an encryption?
Okay, so we had that one, if I understood the question, we had that one example within Walmart. With a blockchain, they need only 2.2 seconds to trace elements in supply chain management. So yes, it can be slow, but actually not that much.
Yeah, most important to be reliable at the same time, not just short.
Of course, you can add. Okay. Did we answer your question? Okay, good.
Okay, President.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. It's always nice to see the blockchain being implemented in something other than cryptocurrencies, and it's a good trend that it's recognized not just for cryptocurrencies and transactions and so forth. Because this is a review paper, I really like to see everything. Of course, I'll read the full paper when it comes out, but I'm just wondering, of all the papers that you have reviewed here, what was the most unusual use case? Because we see supply chain management and similar things, but out of the papers that you have reviewed, what was the most, interesting or unusual blockchain implementation?
Thank you for the question and kind words. Well, actually, we find these, one of these examples, as we said, Coca-Cola with US State Department, that was very interesting to us. They, as I said, implemented a blockchain to, let's say, fight towards fair labor systems to all employees. But besides that, I would say it's pretty much the same supply chain management systems. We would like to see some more interesting examples and hope to see it when we extend this pivotal research with other databases.
Okay, if I may add, it is not actually from the papers that we examined, but it is from practice, since we are both working in a IT company that develops solutions based on blockchain. So the most popular and interesting one in our company was focused on developing a solution that will be applied into practices of tracking authenticity of liquor drinks. Yeah, so that was the most.
Yeah, and I would add one more example from Swiss, the same solution for perfumes.
Also interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, Professor
yeah,
Moore.
and thank you.
Thank you. Well, usually blockchain is very useful to manage sensitive data, to have a security issue. But I don't see much of need for security in these examples that you showed. For instance, we elaborated use of blockchain for medical data, especially very sensitive information with distributed systems and so on. But to use for instance, supply chain management, what is the rationale to do this? Because there are a lot of problems using blockchain, as it was mentioned. It is so low and expensive as well, and so on.
Yeah.
So why should I use it if I don't need it?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. Do you want to go first, or? Okay. Well, I would say that in supply chain management, it can be adopted for gaining trust from end users when it comes to sourcing activities. You can put everything, let's say transactions, when it comes to production lines. Okay, as end user of, let's say, Coca-Cola, I would like to see the ingredients source. I would like to see if that's quality, the quality of ingredients, perhaps, or maybe for other industries it would be something else, but I think that people need quality of something that they eat in first place. And there are a lot of examples, but I think it can be implemented in supply chain management systems as well. As we saw a lot of examples here when we wrote this paper. Do you want to add? Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, then I just want to comment that it's very nice to see a research paper. It is a very difficult task to make research paper, and big effort is needed for that. So this is really great work. One small question for me, since you did the research, if now someone would ask you what is the current hype in the area, what is in AI, it's generative AI, large language models, and in blockchain, what would you say? What is now trend, hype, state of the art, or whatever we call it?
Do you have some ideas? Very good question. Maybe we can think about it and answer later.
Okay.
No need to rush.
From
Yeah.
your research or in your company, what is now trend? What would you say for the first?
Okay, thanks for the question and for the first part of the answer. So in our company currently, there is a growing trend with intersection between AI and blockchain. But the projects that we were engaged, we were engaging in in the past, were mostly based on AI technology with a small part of adding in blockchain for some transparency reasons and better stakeholder engagement. So in that way. So definitely intersection between AI and blockchain is hot topic in our company.
Yeah. That was the answer I expected.
Okay. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't make it to be there. Oops, I have feedback. Okay. Okay, sorry. I sorry I didn't make it to be there for my presentation, but it's some last minute medical conditions. Anyway, I will try to talk a bit about the different approaches of task-oriented versus process-oriented approach when it comes to advanced technologies deployment. Talking about task, we have in mind that we have a specific piece of work or activity that is undertaken in order to achieve a concrete goal versus process where we refer to a series of tasks or activities and which are systematically organized to achieve a particular goal. But we have a broader view on that. That's the key difference. Okay. So in the introductory, I have some last minute additions saying that some 70% of customers' generative AI projects are still stuck in pilot or testing phases. These are real data, and it's from a month ago. Some 90% of generative AI experiments aren't making it beyond the lab because they lack accuracy and reliability, and companies find it critical to augment today's general models excuse me, with more industry-specific or business-specific data to achieve their goal. So the overall result is that the successful companies all have one thing in common, and this thing is that they methodically apply the task-based approach. So I try to describe what's this task-based approach versus the process-oriented approach, and what eventually could be the mean, the golden median. So, excuse me. Yeah. So the objectives of the paper is provide a comprehensive overview of the two approaches, compare the effectiveness in the deployment on advanced technologies. In advanced technologies, we'll try it first in general. After that, we'll give some specific examples and try to make it more concrete. And third, based on this comparison, to provide some recommendation for organization when selecting the most appropriate approach based on their needs, goals, and specifics. In the conducted literature review, the task-oriented approach, from the one side, focuses on completing specific tasks to achieve predefined objectives. This approach is often used in project management and software development, where tasks are clearly defined and assigned to team members. These are key characteristics. The process-oriented approach emphasizes continuous improvement and holistic management of processes, and this is widely used in manufacturing and service industries. Several studies have compared the effectiveness of task-oriented versus project-oriented approaches, and a combination of both may be the most effective strategy for many organizations. The methodology that was used was employment of comparative research designed to evaluate those approaches in various technologies. And based on some case studies, the pros and cons were evaluated to identify what the strengths and weaknesses of each approach. Sorry, so the key findings are focused on suitability, where the task-oriented approach is more suitable for short-term projects with clearly defined tasks, while the process-oriented approach is better in long-term projects that require continuous improvement. In terms of effectiveness, both approaches have their strengths and weaknesses, and the choice between them should be based on specific needs and goals for the concrete organization. The recommendations is in the direction of a hybrid approach, where organization may benefit from both the approaches, and the contextual application, the choice of approach should be tailored to the specific context. As we saw at the beginning, the lack of context-specific data and knowledge is a major issue for many projects. The case studies provided in the paper provide different examples. Software development project should be task-oriented. We didn't go to present various ways of project management in this case, whether it be wave-based, whether it be Scrum or Agile. The focus is the same because the plus and minuses are the same. We have clear results, quick results, clear accountability in our focus, no matter the approach. The example in manufacturing, processes as process-oriented approach, best practice, because we have long-term sustainability, holistic management, complex implementation, and again, we didn't go in specific approaches like total quality management or Six Sigma and so on, but the concept is the same. And the example of IT infrastructure deployment, it would require a hybrid approach. This is the one that fits better to the case of advanced technology systems, which also is the case of LLMs and so on. Well, the balanced approach with flexibility and resource-intensive approach. The discussion of the findings, generative AI and large language models are focused on quick results on well-defined field of applications and objectives. This is the pure definition of task-oriented approach. Connection with Industry 4.0, the conducting comparative analysis of task-oriented and process-oriented approaches provides valuable insights for deploying advanced technologies within the framework of Industry 4.0. Implications for practice, pros and cons of task-oriented approach in tabular form is provided in the paper. And as limitations of the study, the contextual gaps, the rapid evolution of generative AI large language models, and the related ethical considerations. Regarding the methodological gaps, scope of analysis, the study primarily relies on existing literature and case studies and resource constraints. So carefully assess their capacity to adapt. Some more direct research can be conducted. In conclusion, summary of key points, recommendation for further research. In the summary of key points, the paper has explored the comparative effectiveness of task and process-oriented approaches, first in general, and then focused in the deployment of advanced technologies, with particular focus in generative AI and large language models. So The recommendation for further research include empirical validation, which means further research, advancement in AI and LLMs as they continue to evolve, resource management. Further studies should investigate the resource implications for adoption of hybrid approaches, and of course, much more research should be done for the ethical considerations above what is defined as limitation according to the AI Act. The paper was prepared with the support of a project running in our university, and I try to be very short to have more time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ioannis, for your presentation. Do we have some questions from the audience? Okay, here is one for you.
I think it's okay for now. It was a very interesting research paper. I was wondering, since you mentioned both the pros and cons, can you please expand on what would be, well, the most critical disadvantages of everything that you've presented so far? Thank you. Regarding security, for instance. Thank you.
The more critical disadvantages. First of all, talking about generative AI and large language models, we open the door of intelligent agents, which means that we have some level of autonomous decision making at some point, even if we are talking for the simplest example of a chatbot. Somebody advises somebody for something to be done. So this is critical. This is a risk. We have to take under consideration data biases. We have to take under consideration personal data protection. We have a lot of issues. I said we have ethical considerations above what is defined in the AI Act, because the AI Act clearly defines the levels of risk. So when it comes to real industry examples, we have limitations to stick on. What is not defined in there is another kind of risk to be undertaken as ethical consideration. Is this enough?
Thank you very much, Professor, again, for presentation, for answer. And now I would like to call our final presenter for today. It is Mehmet Dufan.
Hello, dear academicians, dear participants. and their students, their audience. Thank you for your patience waiting me, and your attendance, also attention. Thank you very much. I'm coming from Turkey. It is the first time I'm here, and I really like Niš, Belgrade, and Novi Sad, Serbia. Thank you very much. The humanity is very good here, and thank also for it. My university is Düzce University. It is in the middle of Istanbul and Ankara, 3 hours by bus. And I have a quick presentation. My research area is satellite communication, and I would like to participate BISEC. So what can I do? I want to combine satellite and security. So here is the satellite communication resilience. It's about security and stability. Who am I? One of the great university gave the Institute of Technology in Turkey my bachelor's degree, Zigbee Communication is about. And Istanbul Technical University, the famous university maybe in Turkey, my master degree, it's about satellite again with TürkSat 3U. It is the first student maiden satellite in Turkey. 2013, with rocket, we flew it to the space, and now it's still spinning around the globe. Maybe it is rubbish now, because 5 years later, the satellite died. And then I have a PhD at Kocaeli University, 2018, about radar, passive radar. Not active, but passive. You can see behind the foggy places, and we implement it to helicopters or airplanes and so on. And I am assistant professor in this university now. Index. What is about? It is security satellite communication, my abstract. And what we use? We should use some good materials. Maybe power amplifiers, low noise amplifiers, antennas, and detectors. And we try to use, we plan to use blockchain, encryption, decryption, cryptography also. And result part, cybersecurity can measure, and blockchain can cryptograph, and predictive maintenance from AI. And we have high accuracy. Later, we can have reliability and resilience of satellite communication. If you want to secure something, you should have good one to secure. You don't want to secure if it is bad. So you should use good transistors, cheap power amplifiers, as I said, low noise amplifier. What is it? It's a bit technical because of electromagnetics engineering. If you send some signals to the outside, you use power amplifiers and antenna. If you want to receive something, you use antenna detector and low noise amplifiers to the transistor chip. And 433 megahertz is free to use for satellite communication. We have to use UHF band. It is 300 megahertz to 3 gigahertz frequency. And we have also RF power amplifiers for small satellites, notable for high linearity and wide bandwidth. And also, as I said, some of the other amplifier circuits like SLNA detector. And how we can make blocks. Frequency is one of the blocks that we want to use. And as parameters, we can say scattering parameters, the other blocks, we can say S21 is transmitted signals, S11 reflected signals, S22 reflected signals at the output side, S11 at the input side, and S12 is from output to the input. All of them we can say that are our parameters to make blocks. And also it is a antenna fingerprint, maybe, or QR code. And we can implement it to the blockchain. We can implement as a block and connect all of the blocks as a blockchain, you know. Ledger, you know. And we can, what can I say? We can utilize the satellite communication with antennas performance, antennas radiation pattern, antenna gain, and also detector gain, power amplifiers performance. All of these, there are lots of, plenty of things that we can combine. Here you can see the degree or dBi for antennas. Sometimes we have to close our antenna, or we have to close our satellite space integrity chip to the space station, and they cannot connect. And AI can predict some pixels maybe, or some video, or some knowledge, information. We can use AI at this time. And so it continue to monitoring, or uninterrupted satellite communication can continue. Healthy and secure communication, it is one of the DOS attacked picture. We have to provide the kind of attacks because we use satellite for shipping, railway, planeway, communication, radio, TV signals, some of the other companies, oil company. So our satellite has to be very secure. Satellite communication is achieved through a combination of cybersecurity measures, blockchain-based data protection, predictive maintenance, and high accuracy because of we are using a good products. And I want to give some information about the other satellites. Turksat 3U Cube satellite is student satellite, but this one is professional satellites. Here are passive ones and here are active ones. We just 9 July did our own satellite. We did. But these ones with Thales, Alenia Space, Boeing, Mitsubishi, Airbus, they help, they do most of things. But this year, TUSAŞ in Ankara made it its own. No, not with the other companies. And we threw it this year. And you know, here is Turksat 1A. Because of rocket exploded, we cannot send it 1994. Because of that, I am dedicated this proceeding to Turksat 1A. Okay, thank you very much. I am glad to be here.
Thank you very much for your interesting and quite different presentation so far. It was really insightful. Any questions from the audience? Professor Neverman?
Yes, thank you. It was a very interesting presentation. And we don't get a lot of satellite communications here, but it's something that's most definitely we have to consider, especially when we want to secure all types of communication. so where satellite communications comes into play. One of my questions is, because satellite communication is very, well, has a lot of difficulties. When we want to implement something such as blockchain and satellite communication, not only that, we have to have the satellite itself be able to withstand the length of the blockchain in years to come and so forth. But my main question is, have you ever considered what would be the difficulties in terms of data communication when regarding those and fault tolerance regarding to data, because we have a lot of interference, we have a lot of fading, considering this long distance communication. So just if you have some consideration about those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Distance is not a big issue in that part of research, because if you have a good antenna and detector, it is not a big issue. Only it takes time because of the velocity of, velocity of electromagnetic wave, light. The air condition is the big issue for this. The air condition. If it is foggy, as I said, our this PhD work, the air condition is the big issue. If it is rain, it is you cannot see what is it inside. But if it is snow, it is perfect. Can you imagine that? If it is snow, you can't see anywhere. If it is rain, you can see. But electromagnetic waves has a lot of length of attenuation at rain. But it is snow. Electromagnetic waves take help from snow and come quickly. Different. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I will have one. And somehow to connect your presentation and George's, you mentioned predictive maintenance, right? Here, so I was just wondering how difficult is that to implement in this kind of communication, and really it is something very difficult just in ordinary manufacturing process to have good predictive maintenance, and how hard it is in these conditions.
Here it is the topic. Here I am the worker about electromagnetics, and here is the cryptographers. We can work together.
Yeah, of course, intersection of the
multidisciplinary.
Yes.
Multidisciplinary, we can achieve this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else from the audience? No. Okay, thank you again. And now I would like to close session 1 and to invite everybody on short 5 to 10 minutes break. And then we will continue with our session 2, where we have more interesting presentations and papers. See you in 5 to 10 minutes again.
Start.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to be here in Niš with you. And first of all, I would like to thank to Professor Domazet for establishing and keeping this conference at high level. So my topic today, just a moment please. My topic today will be about some privacy and trust on social networks. When we thought maybe 10 years ago about social networks. It was thought that security was the technical issue. And on the other side, privacy and trust were more the topic of the social scientists. But now it's not anymore. Also, privacy and trust now belong to the field of interesting for engineering, as we are in that field. So social network actually were established in the early 2000s, and the moment when they were actual is when the users of internet agree to share their data via internet, via the network, for instance, to share their opinions, their data, and after all, their images, their videos, and also some sensitive data. So nowadays, I have the data that over 60% of people have at least one account on the social network. Maybe this number is not so high as we think that is, but some people also have several accounts on different social networks. What is the main reason to use the social networks for us as users? To share our interests, to have contacts with our friends or acquaintances, maybe it's better said, to share multimedia data, and also to share our interests with other users of networks. Of course, it's very necessary to keep our data safe, and there are several methods to achieve this goal. So we are wondering what are the most used social media now worldwide. So at the first place is still Facebook, which is on that place for several years, and although it is said that this social network will be decreasing, it's not anymore the case, because the umbrella company Meta has Facebook, then Instagram, WhatsApp, and also Facebook Messenger, so that combines the properties of all those networks. After that, we have YouTube. As we know, almost all of us go every day to YouTube to listen music, to see some video forms, and so on. Then we have Instagram, and so on. And here we have some maybe less known social networks, which are more used in China, because China is now the area with the greatest number of social network users. And what is also interesting is X, that is actually earlier Twitter, because we think that X has more users than it has, but it is more, I would like, influenced than they have a lot of users, especially because the owner of X is Elon Musk, which we heard today. So here we have global social media users, and this is prediction until 2028. It is predicted that it will be saturation in the number of users, but still we don't see that saturation, what is interesting. What is now a very big problem we heard very frequently that disinformation and fake news are a very big problem in the social networks. We also know that when we are going to some sites, then to some links on the social networks on YouTube, we can notice that there are some disinformation, but we don't know maybe at the first moment that they are real information or not. And also what is the big generator today is artificial intelligence and the method of those area are now available to produce fake content. Also, I think that this phenomenon started with the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were witness to a lot of fake information. What is now good a way to combat against this information? I would like to say that this is digital literacy and especially media literacy. But on the other way, we don't need to be experts in media to be involved in this field. We now, all of us in this room are actually students or engineers in this field, but it is not necessary to be involved in this field. What is very important, not only artificial intelligence, which is used, for instance, in the content recommendation, in chat bots, in data analysis, what we heard some of these things today, but also artificial intelligence is now a good method for contributing the personalization of content, which can violate our privacy and also to reduce our trust. When we have security, this is actually the opposite side of privacy and trust. For instance, if we want to improve or to increase the measures for security, we agree to decrease our privacy. For instance, when we go to the airport, we agree to have a high level of security, but on the other side, we have a lower level of our privacy. What is also important to point out, the method of crowdsourcing. Maybe we heard about this method. Actually, this is nowadays very frequently used method for solving also some complex tasks when we use a large group of people. It is usual to find those large group via some internet sites, and frequently this group are volunteers, or maybe they're paid for a small amount of money to be involved in some research. When we are going to the social network, we can find the privacy policies. But what is the disadvantage of these policies? Because, first of all, there is a lot of text in the privacy policies, and who now has patience and time to read such a big text. And also this text is usually written in the legal language, which is also not available for us who are not experts in the law. So we can say that actually almost all social networks now collect our data for the purpose of personalizing their services. Then we read that they sometimes sell our data, or they conduct some analytics for several research, and also they have some algorithms which are based on our reactions. Meta, which is an umbrella company and the owner of Facebook, Instagram, Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp, has similar privacy policies, but I have to point out something different. Social networks such as Telegram. We heard all us about this network when we are where we are speaking about the hidden ways for our messages, or sometimes to form some groups oriented to some hidden research or some hidden interest. But Telegram has a different option for data protection, that is encryption from end to end. And they don't sell our data. They storage our data on their own cloud. We heard today in almost every presentation about blockchain, so I will not speak so much about this technology, but what is interested in the social networking to improve our privacy is because it is consisted on a distributed chain, and in every chain can be used for to improve the privacy by their own algorithms, because it is not centralized on one place. Another very interesting algorithm, a new solution to improve our trust, is so-called zero trust architecture, when we have several different authentications. For instance, not only user authentication, but also device authentication. Of course, this is time demanding and also time expensive, so we have to find compromise between time consuming and efficiency. Also, we heard today for several methods such as neural networks, and their role in social networking to improve trust is for deep fake detection. They're very good because their efficiency and the algorithms that are now can easily be implemented in the software technologies. Okay, so to conclude this presentation, I tried to point out to several aspects related to privacy and trust. We are speaking on this conference about the business security. So nowadays, every business subject has their account on the social network. And actually, it is necessary to create a sufficient level of trust for us as users, and also for business subjects, because the number of users and also the quality of social network will continue to grow. So as we saw, the prediction is that it will not achieve the to be exhausting, but also will continue to grow. So privacy policies should be clear, transparent, but also straightforward to achieve their role. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Professor Samcic, for every year we get a very interesting presentation and new insights relating to social media and social network security. My question is related to well, the decline, for instance, of Facebook. For now, we see that younger generations don't use Facebook, but Facebook already has a ton of data stored for older users. Do you have any insight what is going on with that data, or I'm sure it won't be deleted, but have you got any insights of how is it used, for instance?
So you are right. I think that because of the longevity of Facebook, I am not sure. I think that it has already been 15 years when using Facebook. I think that this is the place with the largest amount of data in the world. And as we know, all data are not lost when the profiles are deleted or the users died. So I'm not sure what it will happen with those data. Probably Facebook uses for the analytics to improve their revenues and for maybe the purposes which we don't see now. But Facebook, as you told, maybe there are a lot of research nowadays in the social networking, but the number of users on Facebook increases more in the older generation now. For instance, business subjects, or as we know, all of them have their profiles, and earlier it was possible for the people who are not Facebook users to achieve that sites, but not anymore. So it's not possible anymore. So we must, or to ask somebody who has a profile on Facebook, when we want to see some data on business data or something like that, to have a Facebook profile and now also Instagram profile, because they are all, as I told, on Meta umbrella.
Thank you.
Any other?
So I have really enjoyed listening to your presentation, and I would like to hear your opinion about banning TikTok and how US is so does US protect the US citizen data from TikTok, or is only just a political game, or they really, or the West really care about users' data, and how, and is there any like war between West and East in terms of information technologies, in terms of social media?
As I know, it's a big problem today because TikTok belongs to China. And the data, a lot of amount of data can be used from the China authorities because as we know, this company and also private Chinese company can be used by Chinese government. And I didn't mention in my presentation that blockchain technology is not used in these main social networks like Meta or like LinkedIn, but it is used in less popular networks based in China. So I think that that TikTok now uses blockchain technology or maybe some derivatives of that algorithms for using the data of the users. I'm not sure because there is less of research about TikTok, but this is my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, again from my side. As you can see, I'm the last author. My three beautiful co-authors are here, but they're too shy. And they promised me that next year they will present. I'm presenting every year, so I got tired of everything, but still, they told me, this is the last year you will present our paper. And I said, okay. So, what's about this paper? I'll try to be as brief as possible because we want to finish this session as soon as possible. As you see, it's a review. It's a review paper on the security vulnerabilities on SOA-based systems. We wanted to include our blockchain laboratory and also the IMET development team here at BMU to provide a paper which could help our, well, for now, our students which are involved in the blockchain laboratory. And one of the ideas was to, okay, start with something a little less extensive. So we wanted to do a review paper first, and then we'll see where we're going after that. So I told Angela and Tamara, Joanna, and myself, we did a little bit of mentoring, but this is mostly their work to have a review on these vulnerabilities. So we'll talk a little bit about SOA. I guess you're probably familiar. This is service-oriented architecture, design pattern in software engineering, and we'll talk about what are the key characteristics, and then link them to the major security vulnerabilities that have been discovered. We'll take a look at how we completed our literature review. And because we are in heart engineers, not just researchers, we also propose some mitigation techniques that we will hopefully implement in some near future as further research papers. So, as I said, SOA, or service-oriented architecture, is a design in software development where, differently from monolithic approaches, we have applications constructed in loosely coupled
but also reusable services. So everything, every functionality is a service that can be called. And it has a lot of advantages, some of which, as I said, they are reusable across different systems, across different applications. They use well-defined, standardized interfaces. They use also standardized communication protocols. Each service should be self-contained, so it's encapsulated, and they use usually something which is called WSDL, or Web Services Description Languages. Now, something else, yeah, they can be discovered and invoked dynamically, so some kind of asynchronous communication. I've highlighted all these key characteristics, which are, if you look just in them, they should be advantages. However, they are also the key vulnerabilities when it comes to security issues. So when it comes to some vulnerabilities and potential attacks on these kinds of systems, these, first of all, advantages are the key breakpoints to when it comes to attacks. So, as it was stated before, we have several layers of security, and we also have in this SOA architecture, from the presentation, orchestration levels, service level, software and hardware levels, of course, all layers should be secured because all layers have some vulnerabilities that are and have been exploited. So we will talk about our literature review. There's not that much, actually. And we saw some other review papers, some general papers, but some also concrete papers that we used in our survey. And we identified, I think it was 8 major categories for the review. So what did we do? I told Angela and Joanna told Tamara, we agreed that we'll do some kind of search, both self-paced or manual search with the keywords SOA and vulnerabilities and securities, some synonyms. We used both open and easily accessible databases such as Google Scholar, ResearchGate, but we wanted a focus to be mostly on some engineering papers. So we looked at IEEE Explore, the ACM digital library, and something that we have limited access, but we also looked at the Springer Link database. So after everything, we included some peer review studies, and then we excluded the non-English, duplicate, irrelevant papers. Also, we had something about on microservices, but we tried to get at least 20 or more papers. We got 26 articles, 1 thesis on the vulnerabilities on SOA, and 1 textbook that we also included in our survey, from which we gathered insights. So the major security vulnerabilities, as I said, we grouped them into some 8 categories, so I'll just list them here. So some are based on service communication, access control, of course, standards and protocols. They have the service level configuration, deployment, attacks when it comes to interoperability, and specific semantic attacks, and some governance and policy related vulnerabilities. As I said, the advantages when it comes to designing and implementing a system are also the main vulnerabilities. So if we use standardized protocols, they have known vulnerabilities. If we use standardized languages or integration languages like XML and JSON or something like that, they also have their well-known vulnerabilities. And we want to see what they are, and as I said, as engineers, we want to find out if we can make them go away. So when it comes to vulnerabilities based on service communication, of course, there are man-in-the-middle attacks, but also this message-level security. This is something like replay attacks, issues due to REST and SOAP messages. These are the two main mechanisms where messages are being transferred. Man-in-the-middle attacks, we all know that from our basic cybersecurity or data protection courses. When it comes to access control, authentication issues, the idea if there isn't a good enough authentication method or mechanisms, this presents a very, very high vulnerability risk. So if there's an absence, like a token-based systems, like a key cloak or OAuth, especially OAuth 2.0, it can be really a problem. And of course, there's some access control failures that we have to be aware of. When it comes to standards and protocols, there are three subcategories here, as I said: SOAP and XML-specific attacks, the web service-defined language attacks, and this business process execution language attacks. Because it's standardized, I highlight this. I think I'll talk about this 5 or more times, but all the key advantages like standardized things, those are the main vulnerabilities. When it comes to service level configurations, again, something like denial of service, the configuration itself, or some kind of dependency vulnerabilities, which is more and more, more and more frequent nowadays. Then we have the deployment issues, so the DevOps teams have to be aware of this, so multi-tenancy risk, service discovery exploits, and some virtualization vulnerabilities, especially if we're using cloud services and so forth. And when we come to governance and policy related, we have to take a look if we have security policies implemented, and are they good enough, if some flaws exist, or maybe we have some services that are decommissioned or orphaned that can be used as a backdoor to get into our systems. Because the SOA design is designed to be interoperable, there are some risks regarding versioning, regarding especially interoperability, with legacy systems. This is a high risk factor. And finally, something which is specific to SOA, this logical and semantical attacks like service manipulation or the misuse of data due to some kind of semantic vulnerabilities in the service definitions themselves. So when we found out these 8 major categories, in the full paper you will see their sub instances and the impact that they share, and which are the, more riskier of the vulnerabilities. And we wanted to, as I said, do some mitigation techniques. So the first idea, okay, we want to use standardized protocols for message passing and similar things. Let's use standardized protocols for security, like TLS, like blockchain, of course, was mentioned and so forth, but I think I talked enough about blockchain, so other things like TLS and SSL and so forth. Multi-factor authentication is a must nowadays, so we know that it's a hassle, that we don't want to enter a verification code from our phone and from other devices, but unfortunately, it is a robust system. We can configure the XML parsers to have some disabling of external entity processing, and we can have some input validation in order to find out all the flaws. However, we still have some open questions and some research approaches that we plan to do in the near future. So how to standardize security practices, how to address the trade-off between user privacy and centralized governments, what could be the long-term impact of, for instance, something new like quantum computing. It has been mentioned several times here. And is there a merit of using like AI tools and machine learning tools to have some threat detection in these systems? We saw today that AI and machine learning and recurrent neural networks can be used, so there probably is. And can decentralized based systems like blockchain, can they enhance the security of SOA? Probably, but at what cost? We talk about delays, we talk about block length, we talk about consensus mechanisms. Some are good, some are a little bit better, but also complex for processing and so forth. So to conclude, service-oriented architectures are something which is present, has been present for over a decade, maybe 2 decades now, but they still have some vulnerabilities that need to be mitigated. And we have to leverage different and adaptive security frameworks. We have to follow standards, follow the revisions in order to keep our service-oriented architecture projects safe. And as I said, blockchain and other similar things may be good, but there's always a trade-off. Our future research will focus, as I said, since or part of us from the blockchain laboratory will see how can we integrate to have a blockchain-enhanced SOA approach to designing. Some of the references are here. Of course, we have all the references that I listed, 26 and one paper and one thesis and the textbooks, of course, a lot of more, but these are some of the key reference for the paper. So thank you very much, and I'm open for short questions, I hope.
Are there any questions?
I hope it's a short question. In one of the first slides, you mentioned that feature like well-defined interfaces can also be a problematic factor. So does this review or your research maybe cover that in some way? Can you tell us 2 words why and how can it be a weak point in this case, if it's considered in this?
Yes, as I said. So, okay. So the idea of using this SOA approach is to have something that can be, every functionality should be a service, and it can be invoked by external calls. And because it's all standardized, either XML, I'm talking about language now, but we are, because it's standardized and the standards are open, more or less. So someone who wants to exploit it can easily read the documentation, can easily recreate. There are a lot of examples found on the internet or can be generated. Okay, build me a simple SOA-based system like that, and then, okay, let's try this attack. Let's try this attack. And if we don't think about those things, because it's a well-known protocol, someone will find out sooner or later how to break it or use it as a backdoor for something else. We've tried it. We've succeeded for some, I don't know, for some practice projects for students. So it doesn't take a lot of time. So we have to take it into consideration.
Well, this review paper is very good basis for future research, so I would like you to continue working on that and to answer to some of these questions about this. But one question I didn't notice because of very short time to analyze everything. Did you mention inter-service communications as one of the problems when you have to use service-oriented applications?
Yes, of course. I think we mentioned something which is so well, all kind of service-oriented systems, which is a vulnerability to have this when we have message passing, when we have remote procedure calls, when we have things like that. Of course, there's a vulnerability like someone would find out. I think it's one of the first one, the man-in-the-middle attacks. So someone can sniff our traffic and then use it to exploit it somehow. So it's not enough now to use, like I said, HTTPS or something. We have to have another layer of security just to have the data, for instance, encrypted or something. So we can have a pipeline, for instance, at the one application, which is the sender, and the other application, which is the target application. We can have a pipeline, okay, we have to encrypt the messages here and here using these kinds of standards. And then at the receiving end, we have to decrypt messages and something like that. So, but it's harder to make an orchestration out of it, but that's the trade-off. And we will most definitely look at how to implement those things either with blockchain or something else to have an approach that could be secure, even for some future use. So that's the idea.
And one aspect also of security is related with providers using cloud services. And obviously, they are in position to have data from different companies and so on. So what is the guarantee that something will be leaked?
When it comes to cloud providers, I think the only, well, you can never have a 100% guarantee. But from our insights, the more you pay, the secure it gets. We can use, for instance, some hybrid plans either on Azure or AWS or something like that. But I'm guessing those are the first services that are targeted by attacks. I'm guessing, not sure, but we'll have to see all at their plans. The higher tiers should be more secure. But again, it's owned by someone else. We're using their services as a system. So it's a best guess. So we are, in a way, paying to have them, to have it be their concern. But then again, you see it's a data leak from Amazon servers or Google services and so forth. And it's never, well, you can never be sure. The only way, I think, is to have a closed system. But then again, there are a lot of disadvantages for that as well. Redundancy, for instance, and so forth.
Because there are some reports that some users of cloud services decided to change the policy to control that stuff because of this. So it's something that can reduce cloud computing implementations. So that's why it's very important issue.
Most definitely, and I think this is one of the main advantages of, well, we talk about Web 5, but we're still at Web 2.0. When we're switching to Web 3, which enforces decentralization again, so we're switching from big server farms, or at least some of the internet will be switching from big server farms to a decentralized model using blockchain and using something like that. So it's give the power back to the users themselves in a way. As you said, democracy in the beginning. Yeah.
I'm pretty old, so I remember from the first mainframe computers to this, to go to centralization, decentralization, centralization again, decentralization all the time. So it's history, and that's probably the future as well.
Yes, it's a cycle, but it's a spiral, I think, because now we have new technologies that enable us to have a decentralized system, but be better than the previous version of a decentralized system. So we had normal peer-to-peer communication with what wasn't secure at all. But now we have the technology to build and to implement a more secure system, and using the benefits which were maybe presented 30 years ago or 40 years ago, or even more of that, but now we can implement it in a more secure way. And here we'll start with our laboratory. This is actually one of our computers here, but we'll start it as a closed system, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be here and to present to you our presentation with my colleague and my professor here. We are talking about the fuzzy HP approach to the evaluation of criteria related to active cyber attacks. Table of content, I will not drag you. It's an introduction. What is cybersecurity? Some really cool informations and everything. Data security, how we can mask, how we can hide our data and everything. Cyber attacks, we're going deep into the cyber attacks, how they are happening, and so methodology. There we are going to the fuzzy logics and fuzzy HP results, and then conclusion. So introduction. Cybersecurity is essential for protecting companies and everything. Companies really should put their money and their best people into it, so that can not saying to like bye to their money and their status. This is threats like malwares, phishing emails, data breaches, DDoS attacks. That's all we know. That's all we know of these attacks. Okay, a minute. Risk in remote. In today's age, a lot of companies and a lot of employees in these companies are working remote. They have their own network they're using. They have own devices they're using, and that's beneficial but very dangerous in cybersecurity. In security of the company, sorry. Because of that, some employees maybe have unsecured network, and that can lead to breaches and everything. That can cost a lot of money, and so companies really should put a lot of training employees to awareness of the phishing links, on etc. etc. Human factor is maybe the most dangerous, because it doesn't matter how much is your system secure and everything. One human error by clicking on a phishing link or some suspicious sites and everything can go really bad. So regularly training employees, and that's it. Cloud computing. In today's age, all companies use cloud. This cloud is a new way. It's a new way of storing. They use okay. Cloud is riskier. It's really good because everyone can from everywhere get data where they need, but it's riskier because it's on an internet, and it's a target. Every data on the cloud is a target on the internet. Cloud computing companies are using a hybrid method where they go and place the sensitive data into their local servers and everything, and other data put on the cloud. So that's called the infrastructure as a system, or use software as a system where the third-party softwares are holding their data for them. This is a little table of some control of the on-premise, on cloud, and hybrid methods. I will not go into that because we don't have time. Data security. We have the four key data security measures. Encryption. Encryption is used to just place data unreadable for unauthorized users. Data eraser is just a software who literally just deletes data when it's used, and just conversational data wiping. Data masking, that just you're using the real data, but it's masking the privacy of the data and everything. And the data resilience the data resilience ensures that organization can withstand if some breaches happened, and that they can get their data back quickly and continue working on what they're doing. We have the physical security, because cybersecurity is not only by technology, it's also the physical security. We have to protect our hardware, protect our devices that we have, administrative controls, guidelines, policies, etc., and logical security, securing the software applications, networks, and databases, and so.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Luka, and I'm a software engineering student in Belgrade Metropolitan University. And my goal is to talk about cyber attacks, why it's important to know cyber attacks, and what types of cyber attacks we have. And we will tell some most common cyber attacks, and with these cyber attacks we will put into the AHP, and we will make the criteria of it. So first, what are cyber attacks? So basically, the cyber attack is a deliberate attempt to gain some access to lead to data breaches and to get into someone's information system so we can harm the systems and gain data which we can later sell on the web or to make some impact. We can divide cyber attacks into two parts. The first one is the passive one. The passive cyber attacks usually mean to gain some piece of information, but not to make any impacts on the system. So with active, we can also in active cyber attacks, we can do some harmful things onto the system. Systems. Also, the common result of active cyber attacks are exposing sensitive information or data breaches. So the first cyber attack I will cover, and the most important one, is the social engineering. The social engineering is attack where the attacker or the hacker trick people into sharing some sensitive information. For example, you're working in some organization and you get some mail that looks really catchy. And on this mail, when you click on the link, so it asks you for some information, so for some piece of data, and you leave this information of data without knowing that this site was hosted by some malicious hacker. Another attack that I will cover is the masquerade attack. So imagine we got two actors. We got John and Lily, and we'll say that Lily is John's girlfriend, and somehow John got a message from Lily that is not from Lily, rather is the Bob, but John doesn't know about it. And what Bob can do in name of Lily is he can share some malicious links, some malicious files, and etc. without knowing that behind Lily is the hacker. The DOS attack is also one of the most serious attacks on the modern era of information technologies. This is when a computer or multiple computers that we are talking into distributed denial of service is sending millions and billions of data packets to another system, so it can do some harmful things. The first we can divide into two two main ways that the DOS attack can occur. The first one is the flooding. Flooding when we are sending millions of data, so we want to make our target system to stop working. And the malformed data, instead of sending millions and billions of data, we are sending some corrupted files that that piece of software cannot recognize and will give some error, and it basically crash. Another type of attack that is also serious is session hijacking. First, let me explain a little bit about sessions and cookies. So basically, when you log in on the website and you go to this checkbox called Remember Me, what does it work is it is generating the session ID or cookie ID that is saved on the local computer, that is cookie, or on the server, that is session. And with that ID, you can tell website, okay, so this is ID that exists on the session, and you don't need to re-enter again your credentials to log into the system. And if hacker somehow gets this session ID or cookie ID, he can basically get access into your system. And the message modification attack, this is basically the most common way that it occurs is by man-in-the-middle attack, where imagine we are on the cafe bar and I want to access to Facebook to log in, or to Instagram to see some content, and instead of redirecting me to Instagram, I got the fake website of Instagram or any other type of website that it asked me to provide some information. And the way that is made that a hacker intercepts the request between data sent through people within the local network, and hacker with a specific type of software can intercept the request and redirect to other address. How can we prevent from cyber attacks for organizations and the government? It is most important to maintain their own systems and to strengthen the systems by re-engineering the software, or to make their software up to date. For the individuals, it is important to update our programs that we use usually. The software, I mean the operating systems, the mobile operating systems, the application that we use on the Play Store, App Store, and etc. But the main error in the cybersecurity it's not the problems within the systems, because nowadays the systems are really secure. It's not the perfect, but it's really secure. But the main thing that leads to data breaches within the organizations are the human error, that people are not well educated within the organization, so they cannot differentiate between fake email and the real one. So is this PDF file does this PDF file contain the real PDF file, or it is just the masked executable file? Or does this Excel spreadsheet has the macro or not? So this is the main thing, is we need to educate people, mostly children and youth, to know how to use systems and what types of threat can occur them in the future. And for the methodology, I will pass to my colleague Andrea to tell more about that.
For methodology, we are using the this is an understanding of triangle fuzzy numbers. So the fuzzy numbers are like a little bit blurry numbers, but eventually they all value is exactly 1. The fuzzy numbers, we used this triangle fuzzy number. That is, L is the lower value, M is the middle value, and U is the upper value. This is some basic operations. We have additions. So we're using 2 triangles fuzzy numbers. We have addition, subtraction, multiplication, scalar multiplication, and inverse of these numbers. For this triangle fuzzy number, the left side of the membership function is this formula. For the inverse, we use the L plus M minus L times epsilon, for epsilon in 0 and 1. The right side of the membership function is U minus X slash U minus M, and its inverse is U plus M minus U times epsilon for epsilon in 0 and 0 in 1 ratio. This is the formula for total integral value combined left and right, where if the lambda is 1, then it's optimistic. If lambda is 0.5, it's balanced, and if it's 0, it's the pessimistic. This is the step how we do the fuzzy AHP. We have the established hierarchy. We organize the goal at the top, criteria at the middle, and the sub-criteria at the bottom. A matrix comparison. We create the pairwise comparisons there with matrix. Create a pair comparison in matrix using the triangular fuzzy numbers. Matrix consistency review. We're calculating the consistency index and calculating the consistency ratio. Fuzzification phase, we are using the triangular fuzzy number to develop the matrix and calculate the fuzzy synthetic extent. Diffusification phase, we calculate the total integral value. Normalizing phase, we normalize the weights and vectors for criteria, and the ranking phase, we rank the sub-criteria based on the obtained weights. And results are that it's better to show the table. Yes, this is comparison metrics for the criteria. We have, this is what my colleague talked about. We just put them like this. And this is the numbers that we got. And for every equation we calculated. So in all cases, we see the social engineering is at the top of the weight with 0.416 NAHP and 0.378 in the balanced FAHP case. Next up, we have the mascured attacks with 0.271. That is 1.59 times smaller than leading. Then we have 1.4 times smaller the optimistic FH case, justifying second place. And masculine attacks involve attackers pretending to be an authorized user to gain access to sensitive information. And this is the graphics with representation of criteria ranking and conclusion. I don't know. Thank you for attending.
Okay.
Is there any question?
Okay, I will say something. So on the presentation, there are some emails. So if you feel free to contact us. So for more collaboration, feel free to.
Why did you underline only yourself?
For Instagram, you will get contact later, don't worry.
He underlined only himself.
Yeah.
Question. What is your opinion about the VPNs and multi-factor authentication in the remote working environment?
It's a really great question.
Very briefly.
Okay, it's a really great question. For VPNs, it is the best to create
like OpenVPN and making your own VPN within the organization, and that's definitely the best VPN, but the hardest to do for individuals. So for people like me or less tech literate person, it is much better to get the paid VPN because it's much simpler, but you don't know what do you get. Yes, every company must for the privacy and no data will to authorities, but you cannot trust them. So it is most important for organizations and for universities or etc., or for enthusiasts who can to create your own VPN. And for the multi-factor authentication, it's most important to save your data. And what I would recommend is not only to rely on the strong passwords, also to have installed the authenticator, not the SMS authenticator, because you can do the SIM swap attacks and you can intercept the authentication code. It is most important to have authenticator like the Google Authenticator that also works offline and it is safe on your device. And yeah, definitely you should use multi-factor authentication.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next question.
Yes.
My congratulations for your interesting and concise presentation. And I would like to point out that the analytical hierarchy process is not a new method, but it is still used because it is straightforward. So maybe it's not my question, but suggestion for your future work is to consider maybe some more modern methods and to make a comparison with analytical hierarchy.
Okay, thank you so much for your suggestion, and we'll consider that. So because this is our first time making the scientific paper, and with help with our professor, they have decided to use AHP or fuzzy AHP. So, but in the next written paper essays, we will take consideration and we will take the research on more newer and effective ways. You're welcome. Next question.
Yes.
In every area, expert opinion is important. I would like to ask what criteria you use for initial ranking?
Okay, really interesting question, but the data that we used is by researching the internet and comparing what the media says about cyber attacks and what they think is most important by researching on the concrete data that we can find on the internet. So basically, and also with the help of scientific paper and YouTube videos. You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, I will
Yes.
share my screen. 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 Okay, I will
Yes.
share my Okay. screen. Can you see? I will share my Okay. screen. Can you see? I will share my Okay. screen. Can you see? I will share my Okay. screen. Can you see? Okay, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Emily, I'm 25, and I'm a student in CDD, and I'm teaching Associated Metropolitan University in Belgrade. Now I moved to my research. According to recent research, online shopping is about 25% of total sales in today's market, while the remaining share belongs to traditional channels. In the era of digitalization, when the boundaries of traditional business are constantly shifting, artificial intelligence not only enables personalized recommendations and predictive analytics, but also transforms the way companies communicate with consumers. Today, through my research, we will explore one of the most significant topics in world of modern business, the application of artificial intelligence in e-commerce through advanced e-marketing strategies. Through my presentation, I will cover the following topics: AI in e-commerce, advanced AI technologies and strategies, real-world applications, challenges in implementing AI in e-commerce, future directions, and conclusion. AI in e-commerce. Artificial intelligence allows businesses to enhance customer experience, increase efficiency, and achieve better business outcomes. The application of artificial intelligence is no longer just an option. It is a key tool for companies striving to remain competitive and meet the growing demands of their customers. Its implementation is increasingly focused on four key aspects. There are personalization, enhanced customers' experience, price optimization, and increased conversions and customer loyalty. I want to tell you something about that four aspects in this slide. First, personalized product recommendation. AI creates product and content recommendation tailored to user behavior and preferences, and also providing relevant offers that increase satisfaction and encourage repeat purchase. Over 70% of customers are more likely to purchase from brands offering personalized experience. Second, chatbot usage. AI-driven chatbots are virtual assistants, provide 24/7 customer support, solving issues in real time and making the shopping much more easier and enjoyable. Also, chatbots can resolve up to 80% of routine customer queries, saving companies significant resources. Third, predictive analytics. By analyzing historical data and customers' behavior patterns, AI helps predict future demand and optimize marketing strategies. Retailers using Just a moment to move my screen. Retailers using predictive analytics see from 30 to 40 increase in conversions rate. And fourth, AI-based price optimization. Through dynamic pricing, AI adjusts price based on market changes, demand, and competitive conditions. This approach increases revenue while ensuring competitiveness. Dynamic pricing strategies powered by AI boost revenue by up to 10% compared to traditional pricing methods. AI platforms used in e-commerce in Serbia. This topic is quite close to me because I deal with digital marketing in e-commerce, and I want to tell you something about AI platforms that we use in Serbia e-commerce. The most commonly used are Klaviyo, Klaviyo and Segmentify. Klaviyo is used to automate and personalize email marketing by using AI to analyze customers' data, segment audiences, and create content that boosts engagement and conversion. It is popular because it's building long-term relationship between customers and some online brand. With automated emails like welcome emails, product recommendations, and card remains. Segmentify focuses on real-time personalization of the user experience of website by analyzing data in real time when users are on the site, and also Segmentify recommends to users products based on their interests and previous interactions. Also, Segmentify in Serbia is typically used in large online stores. real-world application, the best practices for using AI are Amazon. By analyzing customer behavior and preferences, contributing an additional $34 billion to Amazon series yearly sales, and Sephora and H&M, chatbots integrated into e-commerce platforms enhance customer interaction by providing instant personalized assistance, boosting customer satisfaction and conversion rates. Challenges in implementing AI in e-commerce. In addition to all the benefits that AI brings to e-commerce and to the internet in general, there are also challenges that can complete its implementation. For first, it's data privacy concerns. A key challenge in using AI is to data privacy. Consumers worry about how their data is used, so companies must be transparent and follow privacy laws like GDPR to build trust. Second is algorithmic bias. AI can amplify biases in data, causing unfair treatment and harming trust. Testing AI systems is key to ensuring fairness. And last one is integration issues for small and medium-sized enterprises. Often lack the infrastructure, resources, and expertise needed to implement AI technology effectively. In addition to high costs, the lack of knowledge is significant, because one of the most important aspects of successful AI implementation in business is employee training. As long as only an educated team can fully leverage the potential of these tools and effectively apply them in daily operations. Future directions. The future of artificial intelligence will bring new innovations, transforming how we shop, interact, and solve problems, make everyday life smarter and more efficient. First, virtual and augmented reality allows customers to test products in virtual environment before they make a purchase. This will be possible due to analyzing user behavior. AI-powered voice commerce. AI assistants enable users to interact with e-commerce platforms using their voice command, simplifying the search or make a purchase. And the last one, AI in logistics and the supply chain optimization. The use of AI in logistics contributes of optimizing delivery process, reducing costs, and increasing customer satisfaction. In conclusion, I would highlight three key elements for the success integration of artificial intelligence in e-commerce: proactive adaptation of technologies, employee training and ethical practices, and adaptability to market changes. These factors collectively enable companies to improve their operations, enhance competitiveness, and meet the growing demands of customers. Thank you for your attention and participation. I hope that you hear me well.
Thank you, Emilia. We have here one question for you.
Okay.
Yes, hello. Hi. I don't know if I have one or three questions, but it's maybe three in one. So the concepts that you mentioned, I'm curious how they work in practice. For example, you mentioned using AI in pricing strategy. So I'm curious, what does it mean? Does the same product have different prices for a different person, or how does it work? And the other things, you mentioned using AI in employee training. So I'm also curious how that works. And using AI in supply chain management. So these are three concepts I haven't heard before. So I'm curious how that works, if you can explain it shortly. Thank you.
Okay. First, I think you mentioned that I want to move my presentation. Okay, about pricing. This not work on our market, because at Serbia online marketing is about 20% of total marketing, and it's think in world it's think when someone wants to buy some, I don't know, shirt or maybe something, they will reduce the cost if they will see that some, I don't know, many people want to buy that. Second thing you mentioned is about training. I don't know, do you, okay, second time. But training, I think that people must know what they do with AI, especially when they doing something or make some, I don't know, newsletters or flows to send their customers. And in that way, I think employment training. And third thing was supply chain optimization. It is a future direction, and now we don't know how will that work. But I think that in logistics, generally, when we see some thing is many people wants to buy this, it will be noticed, and then some people would, I don't know, make optimization generally. I hope that I answered you.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? No, there are no questions. Thank you, Emilia.
Okay, thank you.
Treba i ovo. Okay. Dear colleagues, that's all for tonight. Thank you for participating and involving in this first day of the conference. See you tomorrow. Thank you. And I was asked to say you that we shall continue our friendship at the Nišlijska Mehana. New part. Okay.